Tune in to Heel of the Ring podcast on the Sports Jedi Network channel. May the sports be with you. Because I am the hero the Sports Jedi deserves, but not the one it needs right now. Long live Lexus King.
What's good? Happy Saturday, Sports Jedi Network Galaxy. Salute to you. We are Latinos with wrestling voices. We're breaking down the wildest week in professional wrestling, from Raw's chaos, AEW title changes, TNA shockers, No Surrender, a Elimination Chamber, SmackDown drama. You already know how we do it. First and foremost, let's shout out our sponsors. We are sponsored tonight by Dude Wipes. Stay fresh, stay clean, stay match ready. Wiping out the competition clean is Dude Wipes and the Sports Jedi Network. Also by Blackout Coffee. Wake up, stand up, never back down. Pro America, pro Second Amendment, and head to blackoutcoffee.com/Rumba. Use the code Rumba. You get save 20% off your first order, or my referral code at Sports Jedi 20 and save even more. This is the Sports Jedi Network. Strong opinion, sharp breakdowns, and the most interactive wrestling channel on the YouTube. Hit that smash like button and drop your chats, drop your conversation, drop your takes in the chat. We'll read them, we'll acknowledge them. And let's go. Let's get to the sharpest mind in the business. What's going on? Happy Valentine's Day, Chris.
Yes, I got the little decor right here. I'm giving this. I forgot to give it to her yesterday, but I'm going to give this later. So I figured I'd put it in the background for the nice love vibe. Love is in the air today. No, good. Long week of pro wrestling. We had some, two shows yesterday, two different companies. Wednesdays, we had some stuff happen. Stuff happened right now. In different countries. So we're here to talk about it, talk about everything that happened in the week, all the news, all the matches, results. But happy Valentine's Day.
All right, salute to Elliot that's in the building. What's
Elliot,
going on?
what
Elliot,
up, man?
Salute Elliot. Don't forget to follow us on our Discord. We keep the conversation going with all the different breaking news, different stuff. We get on our Discord server, Sports Jedi Network, and we get that. That's how you could communicate with us, or you could email us. You could follow us on our social media platforms. And of course, we love to stay in contact with the chat, with everyone that follows us, because this is a community that we continue to grow, piece by piece, brick by brick, laying the SmackDown across. And look, Rome isn't building a day. Empires aren't building a day, but we're slow and steady wins the race. And I want to talk about something that we're going to change a little bit of the gears. We normally go to Monday, sort of vice versa. I want to go TNA. I want to start with TNA here because TNA, we had Thursday Night Impact where it actually had a lot of implications with No Surrender pay-per-view or the premium live event last night from Nashville, Tennessee. I want to start with we saw the same tag teams that we saw on the countdown. While I'm talking about the countdown, I'll bear with me because we did see the young two wrestlers, and I had it written down, Brad Attitude and TW3. They had an enhancement match they were enhancement talents against the Righteous, but we saw them here against Sinner and Saints. Now, this is one thing I mentioned, Chris, why I'm starting with this, because when I see these independent wrestlers get these opportunities with TNA and working television matches, regardless of the fact that they fall off short and don't get the victories, they're getting television exposure. They're getting where they're putting their talents on film, where now Ring of Honor, NXT, All Elite Wrestling, WWE, and even TNA could see these guys work again. They do need, let's face it, they do need some tag teams. I like their offenses that they got in on Sinner and Saints. And I got to give credit and give appreciation to, when it comes to TNA, to putting these independent wrestlers on, like we saw Ruthie J, like we saw Vicious Vicky. It's giving them an opportunity. You know what? There's a platform to try to make an impression. If we ask you to come on and have a match, regardless if you're going to be an enhancement talent, put on your best foot forward, because you never know whose eye you're going to impress, Chris.
Yeah, I think that's just a good lesson for everything, right? You never know who's watching with whatever you're doing. I started the show at 8:00, so I actually missed that match. But I can allude on we talk about independent wrestlers getting the talent, the opportunities to go on these big shows and make a name for themselves. I think TNA's, it looks like they're going to do this kind of regularly, like especially if they're in a city where they have like an independent scene and they have some talent, like like if they come to Philadelphia, I wouldn't be surprised if some Three Legacies talent like get in some enhanced matches during the tapings. Like I don't mind that. I think it's good for the talents. Again, they're not being showcased on like a big platform or anything, but they're getting eyes on a lot of people watching the shows on TNA Plus, and it just gives them reps. I don't really think at right now for those guys it's about where can I go and be the best. And obviously you want that, but that obviously comes in time, like you made a good point. I think it's just reps. I think that's just good reps. A good reps against great opponents, good reps in a good company, good reps around people that could genuinely help you get to where you want to be and where you can be. So I like that they're kind of doing that regularly. Yeah. And the couple times that they've done it, I think everybody's impressed so far. Even if I think sometimes the placements of it aren't good or whatever, I don't think anybody we saw, even that one taping where I talked about it was jobber. Look, I don't really mean you guys are jobbers, okay? You guys all were good. I don't think anybody was bad. If I think you were bad, I would have told you, okay? You guys weren't bad. You guys have a lot going on in the future, and I think they continue doing that. That's something, AEW does that quite often. Not quite often. Sometimes on their Collision. But again, I think all companies should do that once in a while, and TNA's doing a good job of it. So we'll see who's next.
Who's next? Look, I know we had our difference of opinion on that Thursday Night Impact 2 weeks ago, but I had a different take. Look at the name that's still on my mind: Adam Brooks, the young man from Australia.
He was good.
Who had that match.
Trey Miguel, yeah, he was good.
Yeah, and look at Trey Miguel, who last night, we'll talk about him in a second, what he did. And now I'm still remembering Adam Brooks because he put that match and it made a meaningful match. Something that you mentioned something that I've told when we started interviewing earlier, all the independent wrestlers. When you go out there, no matter if there's 10 people in the crowd or 50 or 3,000, always wrestle. Like you only need is that one person to see your match. One. Could be any scout that could change your course of trajectory in life. And boy, you just mentioned that, and I hope these independent wrestlers take that. They when they get this opportunity, you never know who's going to watch. And right now, you got eyeballs in the industry watching you to bring you in for a tryout, opening the doors. Hey, I really like your attitude. I like working here. Why don't you come and so forth? You never know. And I like the fact that look, Adam Brooks is still on my name, the kid from Australia. He was very impressive. These two young men in the tag team, where TNA needs some tag teams, they need to revamp. And now they made a nice, no pun intended, impact on these two opportunities that they got. Vicious Vicky left a major impact from Genesis. I would love to see her a little more. I thought she was going to be in the Battle Royal. It would have been awesome to see her in the Battle Royal, just to get into that. Chris, I want to hold off on the Battle Royal because I wanted to talk about something that happened in the pre-show. Then we'll get right into the Battle Royal. We were scheduled a match, the return of Alan Angel. Alan Angel from the Dark Order. The Dark Order, Alan Angel, returning to TNA. He was supposed to take on Ryan Nemeth. And we got interrupted and got into a King speech. Frankie Kazarian, good to see the King of TNA come out. Interrupted, kind of led into a makeshift match between Alan Angel and Kazarian. Kazarian gets the victory. Alan Angel returning to TNA, do you think is a one-off? Because it was on the pre-show. One-off, or you think he's actually going to be TNA?
Maybe he'll actually be TNA. I don't mind. I think they could again use the talent.
But I don't see any. Like I don't see.
I don't either.
He's not a needle.
Put him in. I don't know. You could put him in the international championship mix.
Or X Division title run, or
find him a partner.
Okay, all right. I mean, that's why I wanted an honorable mention.
Not going to move the needle, but it maybe if they find, I don't know. I always think right now in TNA, there's no question room for talent. There's no question for room for new talent. It's just a matter of how can I use you. Yeah, I think they can figure that out. If they could figure that out, I don't mind it. They
Yes,
figured it out with Bear
totally
Brunson.
agree. That's true. That's true.
And we were
And they
both
put it-
shitting
yeah.
on it.
Yes, we both were. We both were very down on the acquisition of Bear Brunson, and
And they
now
figured it out. They
you
put
could-
him in the system.
they figured the right place for him. We'll find out what Alan Angels does going forward. We opened up the PLE last night with the woman battle royal. Now they mentioned this. This was made over the internet. This wasn't really announced on the television show Thursday night. They just decided to give us this women's battle royal for the winner with implication. Winner becomes the number one contender for the TNA Knockout Champion later in a different date. This was interesting because they opened it up, and we know that tonight we had a TNA Knockouts title. TNA is very predictable when it comes to who's going to face who. Tommy doesn't like to do babyface versus babyface or heel versus heel. So whoever won this Knockouts Battle Royal, you kind of had an idea what the Knockouts title was going to focus or push towards. We had one thing that I was a little disappointed. I thought we were going to get women from outside the company, just one or two. You don't have to fill it with surprises and go, oh. The ladies killed it on the Battle Royal. I thought, the Diamond Club or the Diamond Exchange, all three, Tessa, accidentally knocks out her girls off the apron. The spot back and forth with Jody Threat holding on by her legs. Different action there. We get Jody Threat, a friend of the show, wins the Battle Royal, becomes the number one contender. I was so freaking enamored and happy for her because I think she doesn't get that opportunity to shine. The Wild Child, give an opportunity. You know what? You let Ying Ying Lee an opportunity who rarely doesn't command the English promos. I kind of want to see Jody Threat get out there. She's been a face of a company for it. Granted, it's independent scene, but I wanted to see Jody. Now I want to see Jody Threat chase for the world title. I'm so happy for Jody Threat. Appreciative. I know you like Tessa, and I'll let you go and tell me your thoughts on this battle royal.
I thought the battle royal was fine. I thought the competitors were good. I thought if you had either of these three winners, Jody Threat, Tessa Blanchard, or even Elena Black, I thought those three were all three of those ladies were the right choice. Obviously, I love Tessa, and I'm not. This isn't because what I'm about to say is not because Jody Threat won. I'm not saying that at all. I think I agree with everything you said about Jody Threat. They gave Ying Lee the opportunity, and look, she actually has somebody that she could work with, and Adriana Grace. No problem. My only the last thing about Jody Threat, like I told you, what are we gonna get that wild shot? Because I know Arianna is she's a baby, she's a heel, but again, we talk about it on TNA. She's so because of her dad, we don't kind of know what she's trying to do. Is she gonna leave Stacks now that he lost? I think that gives Jody Threat some room to work with. And if she wants to be that wild child or she wants to be that nice Jody Threat, depending on what Arianna does, she could work into it. So I like this. And this is about Tessa. This is not about Jody Threat winning. I want to make that very clear because I like Jody Threat and I think she's going to have a good match in the future with whoever it is. And again, it's a future Knockouts championship. So I'm also going to keep that in mind that does not going to be right away. It doesn't have to be this week. It's in the future. So that's why I like it ultimately. My thing is, this is strictly, again, about Tessa and her creative. When are we going to put something on? I'm not saying we'll have her win the Battle Royal. I'm not mad that she didn't win it. My thing is this. Again, as much as I'm happy for Jody Threat, next week when they have the match on Impact, are we really creatively, if I know that Tessa is, whatever you guys say about her, she is my number one knockout, and I'm going to have her lose. I don't. It's not because she's losing to Jody Threat. She could be fighting Elena Black, Ying Lee, whoever. I don't think she should be losing, which is why she's been in squash matches for the last couple of months. So my thing is this. You put both of them, in my opinion, in a bad situation because, A, you don't want Jody Threat to lose because has a future Knockouts title. I don't want her to lose because I want her to have momentum going into them. You also don't want to have Tessa lose because she's your strongest heel, and she should be the face of your company once the summer comes. So my question is this. What happens in that match? Are we now that Danny Luna's back, is there some jealousy there? Because she caused Can we run that back? I angle back with split fire. I don't know. I just don't think either of these ladies should take a loss. I'm not just saying Tessa. I don't think Jody should take the loss either. So that's my only thing. Now, I liked what they did in terms of, Tessa went back there and confronted her. First off, I know I love Jody Threat, but those two in a promo, I mean, Jody Threat I don't know if it was the character. She did a good job at that, but you could tell Tessa, like, she's that girl on the mic. And I like the way they did that because, again, it makes storylines. She got eliminated by her when she wasn't paying attention. She didn't know. I love all that part. My thing is the result. What's going to happen in that match? That's just my thing. They both shouldn't be losing. And when are you going to put the title on Tessa? When are we, like, how long are you going to wait? I understand if there was a point last year, well, maybe this, Tessa, whatever chance will die down or what, like, what else do you like? What do you want her to do? She's done her best at eliminating the noise, trying her best to play into it. She does all these charity events and everything that you guys ask her to do while going in Mexico because she lives there and her husband and all this stuff. When are you going to put the TNA on? Give her something. Is it really because Kev of all that stuff and her, the fans? Is that why they're not putting the strap on her? Is that why they're not pushing her a little more than they should? I don't know. That's just my
I think they're afraid financially, business-wise. People will turn away. Right now, they ran the promo code, No Surrender. You get your first month off of the TNA Plus app. They want subscriptions. They want people to tune in the first few months of TNA on AMC. If you put that title, if you have Tessa with it, they still think there's a lot of toxicity that they won't want to tune in towards it. And they don't want to start off chasing the 8-ball. Their TV product is growing week to week. Their viewership just goes up a couple, in the 10 and thousands, extra 20,000 here, so forth. I don't know if Tessa, they are afraid if Tessa might stifle it or stop it because let's face it, this country is so much divided into racism and hate.
They shouldn't have brought her back anyway then.
You make a great, absolutely.
I don't want to cut you off. But they shouldn't have brought her back.
No, that's fine. No, you make a great rebuttal. Because sometimes the rebuttals need to happen. So don't be afraid of throwing a rebuttal like that, Chris. Even if it sounds like it's interrupting, throw the rebuttal because sometimes you lose your train of thought. So that's for me. You have 100% kabosh. Go for it. You're right. Why bring her back? We all need to work. We all need to. The lady still needs to work and earn a living. That's my rebuttal to you on that. Well, why bring her back? Because she needs to work.
And she has all the work in CMLL. She's doing it right now.
Granted, you're correct. But maybe that's something that they want her in TNA. TNA wants her, but maybe there's an agreement where.
For what though? That's my. I agree with
only Tessa and TNA knows. We don't know.
That's fair. And I again, you make a great rebuttal. My only thing is this: time's ticking.
I agree with you on that.
Well, all these people are leaving. Who know? Like we talk about off air, and I'll say it. We know so many people that are handshake deals? Who says that she's not? Who says that she can't just leave? Because maybe she does have a contract, but again, she's working CMLL. That's not really an ideal thing. So my thing, like, do they just want her for certain things? Like, that's just what I'm getting at right now. But sometimes, sometimes it feels like they want to tease, like they want to throw her in the, like, push her up, like put her in that Knockouts title. Sometimes they tease it and then they fall back, and then they make her like a big star, but she doesn't really. I don't know what big matches has she had. Like, just fuck all the championships for a second. If because I understand what you mean by that. Just what has she done to help TNA in a terms of her presence or her matches? Nobody seems to want to work with her. The crowd doesn't want to like her. What is her purpose there now? I obviously we don't know that, and we're never going to know that. That's just something that I'm genuinely curious about as a fan. What is she? What's the end game for her in TNA?
She's getting major. Look, her match with Slammiversary got major heat where losing to and Indy is supposed to be this uber baby face. You introduce her new to the company, where you put one of the most beloved babyface and NXT to come over to TNA to be loved, elevate. But then Tessa's so nuclear negative or heat, according to the wrestling community, and then beating up on Gia Miller took away Indy Hartwell's babyface run. You felt the sympathy for Gia Miller. There's certain aspects when storylines that takes away. And how is that Tessa's fault though? Tessa's just continued doing her heat and going against Gia Miller. They never gave that payback with her hitting her with a roll of quarters on Gia Miller to cheat. Okay, they kind of cooled it down. Also, you got to talk about creative and why creative is holding Tessa a little bit back. I say this. Maybe it's not the right demographic. Now they choose to look into the demographics part of the wrestling community. Because they didn't do that with Mike Santana, but they're doing it with Tessa, waiting maybe for the demographic area to where Tessa might end up winning the title or in that title picture. Right now, they don't feel is the right time. This is what I think is. I think this is what's going to happen. I think, remember, Danny Noon is still number one contender. She never got her title opportunity because of the visa issues. Now you have another number one contenders in Jody Threat with Adriana Grace. Adriana Grace is not, and spoiler alert, well, let's talk about the Knockouts title. Adriana Grace becomes your TNA Knockouts Women's Champion because we kind of jumped ahead and buried the lead there. She took on Ying Lee. I thought this is what was, both ladies had good chemistry. I'm sorry, I hate to say it. I wasn't great involved with Ying Lee as the Knockouts champion. Her match with Zaya Brookside was a little bit of a snooze fest. Ying Lee, I couldn't really grasp her as a world champion, really strong. And I knew that the change was coming because there's storyline implication as well, where Danny Luna won the number one contendership, and one of them could be Santino Marella trying to get and Daria Ray arguing and back and forth in chess wars as general managers, and the pawns are Luna and Jody Threat and the Adriana Grace. I could see a triple threat and No Sacrifice. I mean, at No Surrender coming up in New Orleans. I could see that happening. I could see something along those lines. It's not time yet for Tessa. You need a baby face for Tessa to take this title away for. That's why I wouldn't be surprised if Adriana has a short title run, and I could see Jody Threat becoming your Knockouts champion. I know it's going to say, why hot potato the titles? Yeah, I could see Jody Threat losing it to Tessa later down the road. I could see that. It's with a little bit of patience. Have a little bit of patience when it comes to Tessa. I know patients are running out short because they're afraid of the internet crowd, of the people not tuning in, not watching, especially when they want to get their foot off in the right spot when it comes to viewerships and subscriptions and AMC stuff. I think that's what's holding them back right now. They bought Tessa a little early to test the waters to see if she's okay, Chris. And then there was still a little bit, and they got shocked. They got shrinkage. And they couldn't. They just don't want to pull the trigger. That's just what I could think of.
No, you're right, because I swear to God, I remember when we were recording our video in our hotel room, our Slammiversary predictions. We both kind of said it right there to each other. I don't, even after the show was over, when we were getting ready to leave the UBS and kind of go back home, it's one of those things, like we were surprised about the result with Indy, but like they're not. They're not going to push. She's not going to go anywhere higher than that. And
maybe she's okay with that.
Right.
She's getting paid a lot of money.
Okay with that. And well, did you see my? You didn't see her retweet my post. I tweeted out and I said, I want to see if I could pull it up maybe somehow. But I tweeted out to Tessa Blanchard, and I retweeted something about her. And I was like, you should have been Knockouts champion 5 months ago. I don't know when it's going to happen, blah, blah, blah. She liked it and reposted it.
Well, any wrestler that wants to be, you tell them they should be your world champion in the face of the company is going to like it. They're going to say, I don't know, thank you. No, I'm going to block you. Only JD from New York does stupid shit like that. I understand
that, but I don't know. Part of me refuses to believe that she's not. I don't know. Maybe she is, maybe she's not. But this is just my prediction, my theory, my thoughts. Like, to me, she is, if I'm her, I'm like, yo, I'm a 2-time fucking TNA champion. I was wrestling men in this company. I mean, give her something. I understand whatever happened, but people are like, this isn't her first TNA run. She's she's a former TNA champion multiple time and has had great matches with men included on that brand. I don't know. I don't see why they don't. I do see why. I don't know. Maybe I hope it changes. Hope it changes. But if she's happy with what she's doing, good for her. I hope she continues to do it. What I would just say is I just want her more matches, more meaningful matches, more of her versus Indy, her versus Elena. I understand heel and heel dynamic, but if she's not going to be in that title picture, all I want is good matches with, and she's doing that with Jody Threat, stories, matches, promos. So
let's see how it goes. I think in a different parallel universe or in a multiverse, all that crap, if you're into Star Wars, Marvel, and all that, Tessa feels like she's the Chelsea Green of the TNA, but for different reasons. For different reasons. And it frustrates us as wrestling fans to see that. And you could even throw Statlander, and we'll talk about that in a bit. And going forward with that. We'll go on to the next. This match, I'm going to be totally honest. When I saw this match being on the pre-show set up with Action Mike Jackson versus Mance Warner, the jokes rid itself up. I said, why is this old man here tonight? I guess he needed the money to buy some blue chews for today, get going, whatever the case was. But I said it on the watch on, and I'm gonna say it now. That match, Mike Johnson, Mr. Action Mike Johnson, you tore it off. You were entertaining as F.
I hate
with Mance Warner. I have to admit, bravo. That shit was entertaining. That shit was entertaining.
Dude,
the
I'm
old man walked the four corners on the road.
I looked up his age. Me and my girlfriend looked up his age in the middle of our dinner. We're watching it. He's 76. I'm not gonna lie. I hate that I agree because usually I'm the first one to like, come on. But dude, he moved for a 76-year-old dude. I was like, I was laughing like the entire time. I was like, yo, he's actually fucking like, and the crowd's like engaged, like in the when they did that shot in the front and he's in the front and all. I'm like, okay, like he's not just that boring old guy that just is in there like Tomohiro Ishii. He's not that boring old fuck that just goes there to have a couple matches. Like he actually engaged with the crowd. The crowd liked it. I hate that I agreed, but I tweeted about it first. I was like, come on, this is so LOL TNA. What the fuck are we doing? But no, I respected it, dude. I thought it was I thought it was funny. I actually enjoyed myself. It wasn't a match that I took serious at all. I wasn't even watching it to take it serious. I was loud. I had a good time. I had a good time.
And kudos to Mance Warner. He
took care of him really well.
Well, in the spirit of things, that tells you TNA has a lot of trust in the talent that is Mance Warner, to put him in a man who could really get really injured, break a hip, hurt a spine. Bones are fragile at that age. Mance Warner took care of the Mr. Action Johnson, did a great job. Everything looked really on par. The finish, you know what? Mance Warner still gets the victory and the showing of respect, shaking his hands. But I like what happened after the match.
AJ Francis,
because I said it myself. What does our guy have next? There's nothing left for AJ really to do with TNA. And Mance Warner picks up. I said, I love it. Let's go. Give me something. Let's go. Southern Psych and the first class, AJ Francis. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready to see that. Sign me up.
This needs to lead him to Santana in the future. And AJ Francis said it himself. There's no way another pay-per-view without his ass on there. Like him, no first class, no AJ segment, nothing. As soon as I saw him grab the mic, I was like, oh my God, yes. Because there's no way this guy should not. I mean, granted, like, it wasn't, he still had his thing, but he needs to be featured. Even on the AMC shows, bro. Like, where is this guy? He's phenomenal. I love it.
Yeah. You know what I like the most, Chris? I love how they why they gave you the reason how the feud is going to start. Did you remember how they became across? It's AJ Francis telling him, attacking his wife.
Yeah, because his
With
wife came up
Statlander.
and she came up and pressed him and was like, "Get out of here, get out of here." Yeah, all right, yeah.
Because he shook the man. He shook the man.
And he was like,
head.
"What? You become soft? Are you
And
soft?
your
I
wife
don't like
got you
that."
soft, and then he
Yeah,
questioned about his wife. Any
Yeah.
man is going to punch another, get into it with another, and realism. And that's what sold me on this. I want to see this freaking feud between AJ Francis and Mance Warner. I hope they tell it. I hope they tell the story and make it crazy. They don't have to go into plunder and thumbtacks right away, but give us something throughout the show, throughout the course, to really want to sink your teeth into this feud. You know, with AJ Francis possibly, because Steph Delander is starting to get recovered from a neck injury.
She helps.
Hopefully, she helps a lot.
She helps this storyline. I hope the injuries, but she helps the storyline a lot because she's not afraid to she's like what Tasha Steelz is for. I almost said metaphor again. She's what Tasha Steelz is for Order 4. She's not afraid. She will if AJ Francis wants to throw her into some thumbtacks, she'll fucking do it. She'll be like, do it. She helps a lot in this when they do the because I think when Alicia Edwards is very cringy. So when she gets involved in stuff like that, it doesn't when her and Eddie but when Mance Warner and Steph do a good job, they really know how to do that couple. They know how to work together as a real life couple on TV.
Yes.
So it was good. I like that.
No, I loved it. I love that there, and I can't wait how that goes. And that was the feel good part when we thought it was going to be really bad, and it was really. I'm like, yo, this was really good. And I know I skipped the match because I wanted to give its proper time. It was an emotional match, for me. Back, the first 3 matches for No Surrender had me on a nice, good, feel good roller coaster. Jody Threat, because a friend of the program. We seen her come on, interviewed her, got to see her. Great job with Jody Threat winning. I'm so happy for her. And then this international title was so emotional because of the implication of the backstory of Trey Miguel, looking to make more generational change in money, signing with All Elite Wrestling. Whatever politics happened, not there, returning back to TNA, where he actually contemplated of just giving up the business. He got tired of all the BS, all the politicking, all the backstuff, IWC, all that nasty stuff that comes with the bochinche, all the baggage that comes with the wrestling community outside. He was going to walk away. TNA said, no, come on, you're still talented. We'll bring you in here. He has a hell of a match against Stax, back and forth, although Stax had a rough one. I don't know if it, and I think it was the ropes, because Stax wasn't the only one in the corners for the turnbuckles with the slippage. He did a couple times. There was a couple
BD was slipping everywhere
and it wasn't just him. I saw even the ladies, especially in the turnbuckles. I don't know if they softened the ropes for the old man to walk old school, and they did that. Maybe that's what it was, and the talents weren't used to it. But some reason it was off. All in all, the shot at the end when Trey Miguel wins was so emotional. I felt it. I felt it towards him and overcoming. There's times where I just want to shut this YouTube channel, nobody's watching, nobody's listening. What am I wasting? And man, you get that imposter syndrome. You feel down, nothing's right. You're working your ass off. You can't even get people to hit the thumbs up button for free. It's totally free, and they don't want to hit the thumbs up button. You feel that, and I identify with Trey Miguel. Here I am covering wrestling, something that I love, this escape, and I'm not even getting followed. And then a girl with tits goes on, and then she gets all these likes and impressions, and you're like, what the hell? I'm trying to break this down with my love for the sport, and I get Trey Miguel. I identify, Chris, with him.
Yeah, I think that's well said. Nothing much to add there. I hate that it took for this to happen for him to get a singles push.
But he's been successful in TNA before.
He has been successful, yes, but him, when he's a part of the Rascals and there's 4 members, and he might not be the outside thing, or people, when you're in a tag team, people look at you sometimes, like that. I know he's a great X Division champion back in the day. My point is, I don't know if him and Zach Wentz or all them stay in TNA. I don't know if he's getting the singles push. It would have probably been Desmond or Zach that got the singles push. That's what I mean. I feel like now, I mean, he's great. I'm like, he needs to be the international champion. He's gonna have a great match. Who has the oh, it was Trey Miguel. Never mind, he did win the briefcase. So look, I mean, Eric Young can go after it now. And I know we'll transition with that to BDE, but he got the win over BDE. So it could be Trey Miguel, BDE. He can keep doing his cleanse with all these young guys, and Eric Young could eventually, yeah. So but Trey Miguel, I think he should have that title for a good amount.
Look,
especially if Leon's going to lose it soon. I think Trey Miguel, I'm not saying he is, but if there's a thought of that, I think Trey Miguel, you could keep him champion for a couple months.
And this time when Trey Miguel comes out with the producer Swim, I don't know, Jake Swim, what was his name? I don't know who he was. Did you know who the guy came out with Trey Miguel?
Who he was, no.
No, it was a Grammy Award-winning producer. Excuse me if I don't know his first name. I know his last name was Swim because I made the joke he should swim his way back to catering. But I got to see Jelly Roll, which was good to see. Jelly Roll was there. Was in Nashville. Awesome to see him in attendance. Got to see that. I was good. The moment when Carlos Silva puts the title around his waist and he gave him that moment and he emotionally was about to break. Because Trey Miguel's an emotional kid. You could tell he's an emotional guy. He wears his heart on his sleeve. And I felt so good for him winning that title there. Where does he go there next? Look, let's not pigeon right away and start booking or take the title off of Trey Miguel. Let's enjoy his title run. Let's see what he does as international champion. Let him work, where I was told that at least by Tommy Dreamer, they want that title to be kind of like international, defended on some independent shows here and there, make the title travel a little bit. Maybe Trey Miguel is up for it. Maybe he's willing to do it. Maybe they'll do that. I don't know. We'll see. I heard that him mention that a while ago when they changed the names back from the digital to the international. That was one of the purposes. Hopefully now we'll see if that goes forward. But great moment for Trey Miguel. And right now the first three matches from No Surrender had me in a super emotional, excited high. I'm like, man, this was great. I love it. Let's go. This is something that was, get me pumped. And then we had the Knockouts tag team match where, again, and it's nothing, me, Chris, you know that, and there's no bullshit.
I know.
I love M by Elegance.
I know.
And you know that.
I know.
And I tell you how big she's going to be in this wrestling business. She fits, and Heather, they're getting better as tag team.
Yeah. Since day one, you said that.
They're taking on Zaya Brookside and Indy Hartwell. Mix match. Let's put them out there, tag teams, to give them a shot or an opportunity to be on this card. But then everything is great, but there's too many distractions on the outside of the ring. I like you loved him, and I say he is needed in the wrestling business, is the manager in the personal concierge, George the Iceman. Much needed. He is needed. Right, not by his talk, but just the heel manager and what he gets you. Ladies, when he comes out, introduces the Elegance brand, but then that Elegance clown, the guy, he's not hitting it right now, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to say, have an open mind, let it hit, let it grow on you. Toxic Matt, maybe he's the Kid Wilson of TNA. He's not doing it. He's not doing it, guys. He's not providing anything over the top, but just more cringiness. And then the yelling and the screeching and the screaming by Ash. Oh, my God. Ash, we love you. We're happy that you're back wrestling. Seriously, we didn't want your career to end like that. I think you were, the same way with Tessa. Tessa is a sweetheart. We happened to see her outside of the wrestling business in the softball game. We got to sort of talk to her, interact. These ladies are sweethearts. No, they're again, but they're in-ring character. When it came to Ash, the yelling and the screeching, the yelling and all these things, it's just like, it's not resonating for me. There's nothing wrong with you, nothing wrong with her in-ring. I love that her in-ring, she could go. I love Ash's in-ring, but the outside character stuff, it's a little bit too much for me, Chris. Like, not to my liking.
My girlfriend was watching that, and she's like, why does she keep going like this? Ash, when she's walking back, she's like, I'm like, what? Why are you doing? Like, what? We're dying. Like, she's like, where her and the Iceman are coming, like, with her. I'm like, why does she keep doing that? Like,
maybe I need that for the likes. Like to subscribe.
Right, that's what she was doing. That thing. Like, my girlfriend's like Christian, like, cause I'm cleaning the and she's like, I'm like, what the hell? Like, she's like, Anyway, I agree. Look, I took a picture with Ash. Like, I talked to her husband a couple times during the weekend. Like, I root for them. I root for her. I gotta agree, man. This adding, it was already cringy before this fucking clown got to whatever. Like, we know you're jacked, bro. You look like a freaking, you look like Griff Garrison for if he was, if he swung the other way. Like, I don't know, like, what is his purpose?
I don't know. That's exactly what it is. What's his purpose?
What's his purpose? Like, is he just there for? What is the purpose of male elegance? You already have that with the personal concierge. You already have your fucking male elegance. Why are you getting? Why do we need it? And I'm sorry for that, but it doesn't make any sense. I went from actually people clowned on me for liking this group, and I see why. They have their male elegance. Why did you have to bring this guy out? We don't even know him. At this point, I would have been okay if Perez Hilton was the male elegance because at least we know who he is. He doesn't wrestle. He won't be there every week. You could have a famous guy promoting. Let's be honest. I know we shitted on Perez Hilton. He would have made a better Mr. just by a marketing standpoint. And he would have been a better Mr. Elegance. He didn't have to be there every week. He could have been there in the big shows. He could have promoted it because he's, whether was relevant in the 2000s or he's not relevant now. Dude he's famous. He's a celebrity. So that's just my thing. Like they bombed Mr. Elegance thing. Terrible.
If you were going to bring a Mr. Elegance, they could have and I'm using an example. I'm not saying they're going to bring him in on EC3 because he comes in fancy, elegance, and he doesn't have to be at the ringside. But then the George comes out with him to present him. And he wrestles and he beats people up, even if he does enhancement.
Yes.
No,
that's what you're getting at. Because if you would, this guy isn't going to do that.
No.
First off, we know EC3 is not just credible; he's a former TNA champion.
Yes.
You have him. He looks in better shape than that clown, I think. And
it doesn't have to be EC3. Any wrestler.
It doesn't have to be EC3, but EC3, in my opinion, is the best.
Right. Fits the bill.
He's already a douchey heel.
Right.
And we don't have to, I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys why EC3 is a better wrestler than that guy. I mean, if you know pro wrestling, you know who EC3 is. It's just
using him as an example, chat. We're using him as an example.
I'm using him as an example. Yes. And if you don't know who EC3 is, I mean, I don't blame you, but he's actually been doing some pretty decent work recently. So, but my point is, like, look, you mentioned it earlier, and I'm going to continue. I still stand on that where I think M and H are improving. They need to slowly break that group up. And they need to go on their own. And Ash needs to go on their own. At personal concierge, where does that leave him? Go with that. She's the bigger star.
Yeah.
She can just be, instead of the Elegance brand, she's just Ash. Ash is. That's what it started off with. Anyway,
Ash by Elegance,
when she came to TNA in that white dress, I mean, they just started fucking adding people.
And they went overboard with the adding. When they added, you could even say, they bought M because she was going to take over for Ashley. That was fine. Maybe she knew something about her health. I don't know. We still don't know what it is, and it's none of our business. But it's just right now, not right now. This is the set that, the AMC premiere. They were in the middle of the show and they kind of made the show fall off the cliff. Here with the pay-per-view, the first 3 matches, the PLE, I was feel good moment. Yo, TNA's cooking. Mm-hmm. They're cooking. They're and then they just and I like the way they got to the finish. I like the finisher by the Elegance brand. I loved it. I again, the girls continue to work better. I've been an advocate of this and I'll continue saying it. We saw it with Saints and Sinners earlier in the pre-show. At the Elegance brand, if they live in Florida, why not take advantage of any wrestlers that living in Florida, like Saya Brookside? Why not work when TNA doesn't work every weekend? They take breaks, 3 weeks for tapings, and they have all that time lapse. Couple of weekends, some of these talents should be working NXT live shows in the Citrus circuits, working with the TNA and NXT talent, the Elegance brand, so they could get better at their craft because they'll make better television for not just NXT, for TNA, Sinner and Saints work their kinks off a tag team. See it from other coaches' perspective, and see how well they work with some of the NXT talent. So when they come to your TNA television, they look, oh man, they look, whoa, whatever banger match Sinners and Saints gave us, or the Elegance band, or Zaya Brookside, or even Indy Hartwell. They live in Orlando, they live in Florida. They don't have to work every weekend.
How is Zaya Brookside not? How is she not bigger than or better than what she is? Her dad is literally the main trainer at NXT.
Not everybody hears the prophet in your own land. You have to go outside of your land to listen to the prophet. Remember that.
Yeah,
or the message.
That's why she. Yeah, I agree. And I do think to an extent, like they might not be on the live shows, but there's no like when NXT keeps bringing back talent, like the Elegance brand. Like I have a theory. I just kind of feel like they would at least work at the PC though. Like if they're not doing the live shows, I am assuming like Zaya Brookside's dad like probably helps, her daughter. If I'm NXT, I'm like, yo, like your daughter's a part of TNA, you're one of the main trainers, maybe we can give you the, when we do bring in some of the TNA girls and guys, maybe you can show them around. Obviously you had that familiarity with Zaya. Maybe the wrestlers will feel comfortable with you because, oh, it's Zaya Brookside's dad. Like, okay, like sort of familiar. Like, I do think they're starting to do that maybe because it makes no sense not to if they're going on your shows. I mean, it does not make I would be like, yo, I mean, if we want to bring you back, let's show you a little bit more, and get you going. Maybe they do that, but I agree. I think
it doesn't hurt. Everybody says, no, if WWE want to poach their talent, it makes the television better. You don't think if they would look really good on TNA television, it only benefits the television instead of having that slop or sloppy matches? If they working and they could get these things out of their system on TNA Live, I mean, working, in the circuits in a
the NXT live shows do good attendance wise.
Yes.
Okay. Then yes. Yeah, it'd be a good move. Yeah.
It's always sold out. They everywhere from Jacksonville all the way down to Port Pierce, Fort Myers, everywhere, wherever they go. Now they're even expanding outside of the Florida markets. They're in Washington right now, and that's a good thing. And if you put some of the TNA talents that are not wrestling when TNA doesn't have tapings, doesn't happen to be in a certain city, why not? It only benefits the talent. And for both, that's how a collaboration should really help. Not just, and look, they like H by Elegance and they like Maggie because it's like you said, couple matches already on NXT television, and they're young talents. I'd rather have them work with the NXT coaches and the eyes of the professionals more than them going wrestling. And I hate to say it, to an independent show where they're going to learn bad habits and not inspired with 12 people in the or 50 people, no inspiration, getting paid a hot dog and a handshake. No disrespect. We love, again, it's not, but they're in NXT, they're going to get steered in the right direction. You know what? Come here. Why don't you try this in your match? Critiques where they're going, and that's all I'm saying with that. Then we get the right matches. Yeah. Finish that. No, I want to.
No. I was just gonna say, there's no way I'm going from NXT to the Indies.
Okay, and I agree with you. So then we get the match ending. I'm like, this was a little bit of a downer. Like, wrap it up. It's a little too long. But then Ash getting with her cringy yell. I am so thankful. I got excited for Mickie James' return. I was so excited. First, she looks phenomenal. I mean, she's just always been a crush of mine. So phenomenal. Coming out and she just looked like, oh, Ash, Mickie, I'm good for it. You know what? I like it. I hope that's just not just for that night in Nashville because they were in hardcore country territory, or
that might be what it is, because we talked about Mickie James a couple of weeks ago where they what was it? We talked about LFG and all that stuff. Like, why wouldn't she want to be with TNA? Like, I remember I went on that whole rant how she should be where Candice Michelle. Like, is she? Did that come? That's why I think this makes it. As soon as she came out, I wanted to text you that immediately. It's like, bro, she's here. Like, maybe she's a part. And then I saw Candice Michelle. But yeah, no, maybe there's something going on that we don't know with her, but I hope this wasn't a one-off.
Listen,
she brings something to that. She's going to bring so much if she even does 1, 2, 3 matches. I mean, that we sit here and complain about this Knockouts division all 2026 so far. Yeah.
Now that Jazz has moved over from the no longer part of TNA brand, now as a WWE NXT performer coach, there is a void in the women's producer role. That was a role that was held by Gail Kim. Now Jazz slipped into that. Now Jazz is no longer there. They haven't really said anything on air, or at least dirt sheet wise, who is the replacement. There's been a lot of Candice Michelle being backstage a lot going forward. Chrissy Helm was there last night. I don't know if she just had a baby, if I'm a mistake. I don't know if she did or didn't. I don't think she's ready or wants to take that position. I want to push back. I don't know if Candice Michelle could be a good producer. I don't know if she's never been in that position. I mean, who knows? If Mickie James, with that experience with LFG, and Mickie James, what she's done for women's revolution, women's wrestling. I say this so many times now. I miss Wednesdays on Busted Open when it was Women of Wednesdays on it Busted Open, because she used to bring all different type of women from independents, the main roster, wherever, and just give them their flowers, exposure. And actually, I've said this many times on our channel. Mickie James inspired us to want to interview a lot of women independent wrestlers, just to hear their story. But I always tell this in the end, I don't want to know anything about you romantically, because I am 30 years married. I don't care. I'm having a hard time juggling one wife. I don't need to, I said this many times, joking. When I want to talk to these women independent wrestlers, it's not to want to get in your pants or not to know about what you like. It's about, I want to hear your story. How did you fall in love with professional wrestling in a male-dominant sport? That's why I want to hear this. That's why I ask these invitations out. And I've said this many times, I hate asking the invites on the DMs, because there's a lot of creeps, a lot of weirdos, a lot of perverts that want to get into these women's DMs to talk stupidity and they want to sniff their wrestling gear. No. We want to hear your general story. No. I'm a man in my late 40s. I'm not into that. I want to know your wrestling story. I want to hear your story. I want my platform to amplify your story in the professional wrestling scenes to the women. So I take inspiration a lot from Mickie James to want to talk to the women wrestlers, and that stuff. And that's my mission, our mission statement here in this channel when it comes to the women independent wrestling. And I'm happy that I hope she returns. I hope that she elevates that women's division, the knockouts division in many ways, and that knockout pride that comes with an Awesome Kong, a Gail Kim, a Mickie James, Daphne, so forth. I need that now, Chris.
No, I agree. And when we talk about Candice Michelle, like, it's no disrespect to her, but like, she never moved the needle. When you look at Gail Kim, she moved the needle for TNA knockouts. When you look at Jazz, she moved the needle for black women's wrestlers. When you look at Mickie James, she's moved the needle for the whole fucking generation. I mean, Mickie James is self-explanatory, but Gail, and for what she did for TNA, and Jazz for what she did for her people. I feel I would be. I don't know if I'm as willing to open to her, because they need something now. Enough of this. I've, at least me, been too patient. All 2025 with TNA. 2026. We got to get the fucking amp going. You're on AMC. Let's make this thing big. That's why I think they should do everything they can to get Mickie James back. Again, that's no disrespect to Candice Michelle, but what needle has she moved to really be in those creative meetings that I don't know. Maybe again, not the best talent, not the biggest talent, are the best producers. So, you know what I mean? Like TJ, Abyss, but they're good producers. So she could be, but I'm just hoping it goes good quick.
That's a gamble.
That's a gamble.
To put her there, not a great track record. With Mickie James, she's reinvented herself. Hardcore country, coming out as that girl that was stalking Trish.
She's a legend. She just got inducted to their Hall of Fame last year. Why not?
Yeah. I'm interested to see how they go. And that right there kind of saved the elegance situation. It brought me back to the good feels. Like, oh man, they're gonna fall off a cliff here. But again, just to see if they're gonna leave that. They never said there was a match. It was just like she interfered and caused pain towards the elegance brand, cleaned up the cringiness with some hardcore country, get it out from my stage in Nashville. That's what I interpret it. We'll see if it goes any further. Maybe there's a show. Maybe they wrestled this Thursday on Impact. Maybe that gets announced. Maybe they, which is being probably taped today for this Thursday. Maybe that match happens today where we get Mickie James in her gear taking on Ash by Elegance, or in a 6-woman Elegance brand versus, the Isaiah Brookside, Indy Hartwell, and Mickie James go there. Then we went to this typical grudge. It's just a grudge match. The old school versus new school, or TNA, where you could say BDE versus Eric Young. This match, I personally didn't like it. I didn't really cared about it too much. Mm-hmm. But by the end of the match, I got to give credit where credit's due. It was entertaining for BDE, believe it or not. I don't like the guy. I have my, but he did work the crowd well. He followed Eric Young's good lead, even though Eric Young at times seemed to slow it down. But one thing for BDE, you don't always got to go over the top ropes, diving and throwing yourself every time, every point, because your wrestling sets seem rehearsed. All right, I'm gonna hit the ropes. I'm gonna fly over and do it in the same thing. And I have another wrestler that kind of seems a little kind of rehearsed with the same spots, but I'll get to it when we get to him. But for DDE, you got to start. I want to see a little more grappling in the mat. Maybe that's not your style, but I thought Eric Young helped them over, got the right call. Eric Young gets with the power driver for the victory. They brought me back into that cliff falling part from other than Mickie James. They put the show back right on track. So that was a tough spot for BDE and Eric Young, and they did the right thing. They brought the show back on the right rails. I got to give them credit for Chris. I got to give it as much heat and slack and dislike I got for BDE. I got to give him credit, and Eric Young.
So yeah, I'm gonna, all the times I've spoken about BDE were just segment rants that I mean, but I'm actually gonna say this a little bit serious, because I said this last time. He's not the worst. He's genuinely not the worst. Last night, watching him get in a ring with Eric Young, I didn't mind it. I thought Eric Young, like you said, he definitely slowed down at times to make sure BDE could get his spots in. The result, perfect. No way BDE should be beating Eric Young. This is my problem with BDE, and look, I'm not going to go on a YouTube rant. I did that already multiple times. This is my problem with BDE as a wrestler. Everybody does the same shit he does, better, been doing it longer. Like he like his movesets, like the cutter. He reminds me of a Javon Evans, bro.
Yeah, you're copycatting. You're not. There's no originality. I said the same thing. Yo, what are you doing, Javon? What are you?
He's doing Javon. He reminds me of Javon. He's trying to be like Javon Evans, or like even with the cutters, and that's why it's just I've seen so many wrestlers like him. Like it's not that he's bad. He's not. He's a YouTube kid who already has the access, and you know how I feel about that. But he's not doing anything to make himself stand out. He's just doing everything that wrestlers are already doing. Like he has that differency from him coming from the YouTube world. Like even with this gimmick, like he just feels like this new kid in town. Like that's all it feels like with him. Like he just needs to do something that's going to make him stand out. He's already signed, and he's going to be a part of that company going forward, especially with the creator program that they have going on. So I would just creatively have him stand out a little bit more. Like he does everything that pretty much Javon Evans already does, and he looks like a lot of these people. And he's not the biggest. He's just tall and skinny. So I don't know. I do think he's just a generic wrestler that does the same moves. That's my problem with BD. It's not him, and this time.
Here's the thing. He reminds me of Troy London. The Trill London
Trill
on
London,
the About.
okay.
He's just a copy and paste of Jeff Hardy. And even Bubba, if you watch LFG, the coaches were telling him, I don't see you. I see Jeff Hardy out there. That's all I see. You're mimicking Jeff Hardy's moves. And it feels like BD's mimicking Javon Evans, Leon Slater.
Right.
You know? That's what it feels like. There's no originality. And I mentioned this on the watch along. This must be, I thought, to me, it looked like a devastating, holy shit move, but it feels like that looks like that's a basic body slam now in wrestling. It's the damn Canadian Destroyer. Everybody and their mother does it from all sizes and all creeds and all. I mean, like, really? That looks like a freaking complicated move. Unless if you're Selena Vega, we'll talk about that in a little bit. But everybody else, it looks like it was done wrong. It's done. Everybody does a Canadian fucking Destroyer. I was like,
yeah.
But all in all, I'm not going to crap on it. It was just the right result, you know. Does he convince BD? And not turning BD heel is going to do anything either, because he's still going to wrestle the same patterns of wrestling moves. You know, that it's just I need to see something more in his wrestling arsenal. Could we learn some submission holds? You know, that's a guy that would love to work in a dungeon, to grapple, you know, on the ground with something, you know, some type of thing to stretch the kid a little bit, to learn something other than high flyers. Add a little versatile. The more tools you add into your toolbox, the more dangerous and more versatile you are in the professional wrestling business. But all in all, it doesn't take away from an entertaining match. We get to the knockout title, as we mentioned earlier. We got a new knockouts champion in Arianna Grace. The one thing that I had a little bit of a minor disconnect, just a minor, nothing major, was when Danny Lunar comes out. The moment when she picked to choose her entrance to the match, get stopped at the ramp, I would have had that more towards the finish, where she distracts Ying Ying Lee, and that's when Arianna would have taken out the Cobra and struck in it. Not after the match, way after, for the victory. She used her dad's Cobra, used that, and then into her Graceland finish, she gets the victory of Ying Ying Lee. I called it a mile away, because people get mad why Arianna winning the NXT title. This is why you guys are, and it's not a knock. That's why you stay limited and you don't have a business, or you're not successfully billionaires, or what's best for business is to see that TNA Knockouts title on NXT television. Right now, I know NXT is losing some viewerships, or their show is not hitting with all the talents they lost, and people are like, it's becoming a chore to watch NXT. But now you have the TNA Knockouts title there, and you get to TNA, you get to say those call letters. TNA, when TNA is increasing, is best for business, because now more eyeballs are going to tune in to NXT to watch that TNA title either defended, or someone from NXT chasing that TNA title on TNA television, vice versa. The collaboration of people and become more interest, more buzz, instead of, you know, seeing the same wrestlers on NXT that are not really right now household names. You have the TNA Knockout, you have the TNA Knockouts title on that brand. It's best for business with a storyline. Santino, the daughter Arianna Grace winning, you know, now, because Stacks feel a little bit jealous because he lost his title and Arianna's the champion. Or now with this Birthright group that's being formed. It's a lot of good, interesting stories, Chris. It makes sense for business-wise, because it's going to bleed on two companies.
Yeah. I mean, I hope we see more of it on NXT, because I mean, we have seen Stacks with it a lot, but again, it felt like it felt like we talked about. Arianna felt like a heel on one show, babyface on another. It felt like, I don't, like, you know, when she's with Santino, she's this baby. I don't know, but I agree. Ultimately, I do think it.
But she put that, Chris. Let me interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
She put that to rest with that vignette, that bitchy vignette and promo she had in the back.
Fair.
Instead of she was going to break up with Stacks if she didn't win, so she went back to bitchy heelish. I just wanted to bring that out there.
No, that's fair. That's fair. And I ultimately agree. I do think she is the best, because again, you have a champion that, not could you just speak, but you know, she is very annoying, and I think you need that. You know, I don't know. I agree. I don't really know what else to add, because you've been saying this for weeks. So I kind of saw it coming, and it is ultimately what's best, not just for the business, like you say, but it's best for that fucking division. So Yeah, I had no problem with Arianna. I knew it was gonna happen, and I had no problem with it. Especially and Stacks. I kind of wish Stacks would have retained though. I think both of them with gold would have been sick. It would have been. I think it would, but for storyline, it makes perfect. Obviously, we know the story, right? Stacks loses it. Who knows what's gonna? It's close to Valentine's Day too, so it's all cool. But I think they could have had them both champion for a little bit. I think, and then have Stacks lose it first.
I was with you on that.
And be like, I'm the champion now. I'm the only one of us that has gold. Like, that's what I would have done. But I liked it. No problem.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. When that match with Trey Miguel, I said, man, I don't think Trey Miguel is going to win because I thought that we're going to get the birthrights. The interfere and man, the numbers game. And then the commentary was going to kind of say, if only Trey Miguel had some allies to help him, they're all gone and he's the lone wolf. And then he, because we all know TNA likes to make people struggle. When they had an opportunity to make you the babyface lose and not feel good moment, they didn't. They went and they did the opposite. Instead of Mike Santana winning in UBS when it was a feel good moment, they did it backwards here with Trey Miguel. Like, really? Now you choose to play that? I mean, it would have been better. Trey would have lost. I'm happy for Trey, but storyline wise, you would have got more sympathy on Trey Miguel because his friends abandoned him, and when he needed them to win a world title, they weren't there. They took the money, and Trey has to now overcome obstacles with this birthright. And when he won, it would have been felt more special. If he would have went and I would have had Trey Miguel win in Roadblock on NXT television. But they know what they're doing. It was a good moment. Again, it didn't take away from the emotional moment of Trey Miguel. But I was in the same aspects as you, thinking along those lines where, man, it would have been nice if the power couple both would have had titles. They would have been insufferable. And you have 2 TNA titles on NXT television. But the IWC is already complaining about Arianna not winning titles, and was it the 5th NXT wrestler to hold titles over at NXT, but they don't know it's about making TNA is giving those titles because they're getting a lot of viewerships. They're benefiting. They're growing a television brand. When you go from 170,000 to 240,000, it's working. Whatever they're doing, those short-term goals that Carlos Silva is doing, like it or not right now, IWC, and they don't have to explain everything to you, and is not being a super uber NXT apologist or TNA apologist, is that they got something, they have a method, they have an analytics goal, they're striving and they're doing it. They're hitting it because they haven't announced it yet. They're going back to the UBS Arena. Another big time. They haven't announced it yet, but I think they're going back to the UBS Arena to New York City area. So that's a big win. Regardless of the fact if you don't like Carlos Silva or they're pimping out the titles to NXT talent, it's working because they tell me when TNA has gone back to the New York metropolitan market 2 years in a row in a big market like that. It's working.
Yeah. No, and Nick Nemeth, I told you, Nick Nemeth already kind of spilled it.
So these NXT wrestlers holding these titles isn't really a bad thing. Here's the one thing that I could agree with the IWC. When and then the hell is it time for a TNA wrestler to take the world title or the North American away, the male ones, from the men's? I want to see someone from TNA roster hold an NXT world title, not just they're going to jump like Joe Hendry. Don't give me Joe Hendry because he jumped. He no longer works. His W-2 forms are not from Nashville or from Canada. They're from Stamford, Connecticut. I want someone from TNA to hold one of the NXT titles. Let's be fair. Let's share it. Not tag teams, because the Hardys was for a cup of coffee just to boost Bound for Glory against the Dudleys. That's all it was.
Yep.
That's all it was. I need something where I need now someone take that North American title from the TNA roster, or someone from the NXT roster take it from Joe Hendry, something along those lines. I need something along. We need that to make it feel a little balanced. And it's still not fair but at least it feels more like a collaborating of switching of titles because right now, let's face it, NXT doesn't have anyone right now to go after Joe Hendry, really, besides Ricky Sates. They could use someone from the TNA roster to breathe on Joe Hendry, like a Mustafa Ali. I'm going to throw that as an example or so forth. But we'll move on here because we got a lot of wrestling to cover. This was a pretty fun one. The Righteous and the Hardys taking on Order 4. I like the way the Righteous work together. Look, when the Righteous and the Hardys came out, I said, are they going to a baptism? They're all in white. Stacey. Maybe they're celebrating Celebrity Valentine's Day with a lot of the virgins that are going to be home watching Grand Slam tonight. You know, maybe that's a symbol. But what's your thoughts of that match? Order 4 Hardys. I loved it.
Thought it was kind of boring.
Really?
Yeah, it was. You had 4 people. Look, I love the competitors in it. I like the end. It was just, to me, like the one spot where they were all in the middle of the ring, like all 8 of them. That's when I was like, yeah, like, and we're both like, yeah, like, I don't know. To me, like, it was just like tag, another guy in, do a couple moves, tag. It just felt very slow. And like you had like the Hardys, like I understand that Jeff is going through injuries, and they even said it on commentary. So I don't know. It was fine. It wasn't a bad match. It just, when it's kind of like that, you have so many people and they're just tagging in and out to get a couple moves, tag in and out. It just, I don't know. It was kind of slow. It didn't hit for me, but I didn't think the match was bad. And I do think the way that Order 4 wins it, I like it. And also, you know, I like where Vincent and Dutch and the Hardys, you know, kind of team together. Maybe we see them go against each other because they lost. So I think ultimately it builds up for good storyline and good content moving forward. I think the match was just kind of slow.
All right. The Hardys work a slower pace at their age.
They work a slower pace, and you had Ali, who is that guy that does that, but you had Agent Zero, which was good to see him in some wrestling gear fighting out there. You had like all these, you know, they weren't in a match with people that fit that style. So maybe that's why for me it felt a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Because like if you got like the Hardys and the Rascals, you know it's gonna be whoa. Like when you get a Dutch and an Agent Zero involved in your match, it could go a little, you know, not bad wrestling, just a little slow pace. That's the only thing I'm saying about it.
What I got from watching it. The story was, can the Hardys and the Righteous coexist?
And they did very well.
They're trying to tell you what they're tagging. You know what? I'm gonna tag you. Yeah, and you know, it felt like, you know, jab in a boxing match. They're just jab in a boxing match. The tagging, can they coexist? I thought that was all the story they were trying to tell, because we all know the end game is going to be another rematch between the Righteous and the Hardys. We know that. How they're going to get there is how they were telling the story. I like the spot when they all ganged up and beat up Agent Zero. Before that, the face-to-face between Dutch and Agent Zero, those two big behemoths. I was like, they teased it, and then they finally went to it again. When they both looked across the ring from each other in that moment, they both got in the ring. I was like, yes, that's a moment. That's a moment in the match, a storytelling of those two giants. I can't wait for Godzilla and Kong to go at it. I totally love that part. That's why I see it a different aspect as the way you saw it on there. And then I said, let's go. I like the finish. What happens? Dutch is on a hot roll. Someone throws powder in his eyes. He mistakenly grabs Matt Hardy and hits the Boss Man Slam and of course, Ali and the Order 4 takes the victory. Opens the door for another match. How they got to another match that we're probably going to get the Righteous and the Hardys. They didn't have to beat them up afterwards. They'll talk about that in a promo. You hit Boss Slam me and goes, I didn't see the powder in the eyes. And that's how you get to another match.
That saved its storyline for me, because what I was going to say is throughout the match, you didn't like, because you said the story was, here can the Righteous coexist. Throughout the match until that very last spot, I didn't get a vibe that there was animosity there. You had them in the middle of the ring. You had them come out with each other. You had them fucking shake hands in the middle of the match.
Correct.
There was nothing in that beginning of the match that was like, well, they're coexisting fine. Where's the animosity? Where is this? Like, it didn't feel that way until that spot. So
you got hooked
at the end.
But you got hooked to the whole storyline. That's the point. If they would have telegraphed that. If they would have telegraphed that in the beginning, you would have been like, okay, we know what's going to happen.
Well, not really, because, I mean, they're supposed to, it's a, can you coexist? They're coexisting the entire match. That's my point. Like, what's the point of, can they coexist when they're doing that? They didn't do it till the end. That's why I only got interested in towards the end of the match.
Because when the end made it feel special. And if they were teasing and not coexisting, the ending would have been like, we knew that was coming. That's why. That's why they made it feel special. And they overblown it with the, oh my God, the handshaking.
You want that moment. You want them to lead up them to build that to the last moment of. You want to watch the match, see what they can build up for that last moment. I think that's fair. Like that's kind of what you mean, right? You want to build that moment up, and then the end. What you said that happens, boom! Oh, shit. Like that's fair. That's fair.
It's like in a relationship. You're having a great time. You're having a great time with a partner, relationship wise, but you're slipping into someone's DMs. You don't want your partner to know that you're slipping into someone's DMs. But the moment that you think and she don't have a clue and you get caught, that's the big, oh shit, I got caught. Where, but if you leave breadcrumbs, open up your DMs. Who's this? Oh no, there's nobody. I don't know. And then you get caught creeping. That's exactly what they did in the wrestling match. At least that's the best I could dumb it down.
No, I think that's fair. I
enjoyed it. That's why I kind of enjoyed it
together. They all work. Like I said, that end spot really made me want to intrigue more into the Righteous and the Hardys, because there was something at the end of that match to where they got physical with each other and they caused the match like that.
Yes.
I think that's fair. That's fair.
No, that was a good spot there. On and on. Then let's get to the main event here, where a lot of stuff happened, but I love the organized chaos. I've said this myself on the watch along. Everything it was all over the place, but it made sense, and it was great organized chaos that led to more questions. We get the Mike Santana, Leon Slater versus Nemeth and Eddie Edwards. Now, I did not know. I did not know. Call me ignorant, dumb, whatever. I did not know about option C, that Leon Slater could have given up his X Division title for Mike Santana's world title. I never knew that was a stipulation in TNA until yesterday. I didn't know.
Yeah, they didn't do a good job of explaining it, but I think they might have mentioned it once in a backstage thing, or maybe on commentary. But yeah, Leon, he did have that option.
Yeah, I didn't know that, which was good, which is intriguing. Oh shit, Mike has got the back against the wall with 3 competitors. It's great to see Leon Slater return back in the ring. I love the way the tag team match broke out. Mike Santana looks so sharp as a world champion. I mean, my goodness, they had a good thing. I'm glad that they had a couple of cousins of ours in the arena with the freaking flag. Right. I was like, thank you, Nashville. I know there's a lot of Puerto Rocks in Nashville. So, again, I'll say this again. I'll say it again. Ross, Carlos, if you need honorary Puerto Ricans to go to these events, all you got to do is call us, man. Get these tickets for us. We're there. We're great. We'll bring the biggest freaking flag. You could plant us in the crowd with the flag. Make sure Mike gets it. Yeah, and make sure he gets the flag and he gets the world champion, gets the serenation. We'll do it. We're willing, able, and ready. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Let's go with that. And I love to see of course, Mike Santana's presentation. I did not like Leon Slater's Def Rebel music. Holy shit.
Okay, let me clarify, because me and my girlfriend we know he's a rapper. His name's Edison Kid. He's a UK rapper. He's one of the, if you're my age and you like that stuff, you know who this kid is. He's a very, very, very popular UK rapper. He's people actually think he's Timothy Chalamet because they look exactly like. So I actually like it, because everybody on social media, they're like, oh, you have an Edison Kids theme song. Like he made, like, that's what we talk about with WWE. Their theme songs have nothing. It's all you can't recognize. We recognize the whole, because I was ready like this. And then I'm like, is that Edison Kid? Like he's coming out and then we're like, and like my girlfriend doesn't watch wrestling. She knew the song. So like when we talk about WWE last week or whatever during their themes, that's a noticeable theme song from. I don't like it, but it is a note. You know what I mean? It's a theme that a rapper knows. People are probably gonna like Leon more if you like that type of music because he's a popular. I think it's a good move. I don't hate it.
When I
hate the song, but I don't hate the move.
When I see the UFO, I'm waiting for the.
I know, and
it doesn't go with it. It doesn't go with it.
I stopped right away. I know it was. Trust me, I know. I was just as disappointed as you because I'm in the middle of the kitchen like this.
Those 3 chords or those first verse of the music, which identify. That's the point about theme music. When you hear the first few chords, you identify with that wrestler. When you hear the glass shatter, you know it's Stone Cold Steve Austin. When you hear If You Smell, you know who that is. If you hear the din, 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 you know who the hell that is, brother.
That's fair.
When you hear the din, 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 you know who it is. When it comes out, I didn't know who the hell that was. I was like, what the hell is this? I'm over here doing this on the stream, and I'm like, what the hell?
I did the same thing too. But again, I do think with this, I don't mind it because, again, the reactions online. I mean, people are fucking glazing it because again, the kid's a popular rapper. Like he's a super popular UK rapper. Like he's like.
It's not the popularity; it's the first few chords.
I understand that.
That's what's missing.
I know, but I think he has a theme song that people are going to resonate with and like at the end of the day.
Only time will tell.
I don't think that's. I mean, it's telling right now.
Time will tell. Time will tell. I mean, because it's the first. It's new. It's fresh.
Okay.
Let's hope. Let's see if it's going to resonate.
Oh, it's going to resonate. All right.
We'll see. Time will tell on that one there. We get this match here with Eddie Edwards. Thoughts of the system staying ringside with all these implications. You have your call your shot. You have your trophy. You have your call your shot trophy. You've got the briefcase. You have the option C. I was waiting for Eric Young because he has the X Division title, the X Division briefcase to cash in, but no Eric Young though. But all in all, good match. I thought Santana worked so well and teaming up and getting to the hot tag to Leon Slater, vice versa. Santana I always hold my breath when he does the over the top springboard, out to the outside. I'm like, ugh, the hamstring or knee. I'm always whirling because you know how much we enjoy Mike Santana. I thought the match was great. I love the rolling stunner on Edwards, the Death Valley driver on Nemeth for the info finish. I love the middle rope splash from Slater, all in all. But then we get Steve Macklin come out. Steve Macklin and Mike Santana fights and they go away. It kind of felt like it was a handicap match for a while there. Mike Santana leaving. Your thoughts on Mike leaving against?
I hated it until what happened with. Obviously, what happened later I like it. It makes sense but at that point, I'm sitting there. I'm like, I love. Okay, how do I say this? I love that Steve. I told you guys Steve Macklin's.
You did. We mentioned it yesterday on the watch along.
There. So my point is this: I love this because it's a surprise. First off, Steve Macklin as a heel, I think this is pretty badass. And again, this isn't. If you want to keep playing off Edwards and Nick Nemeth, you could have Steve Macklin in there. I love that part of it. But about the actual match, the 2-on-2 match that's taking place, my thing was, okay, we're really going to have Leon in a handicap match and he's going to get the pin? Like, and you have the system out here and all that, like, come on. And then they started ganging up on him, and then what happened I liked it. It made sense. But yeah, but we're talking about the Santana spot. I didn't like it then at the moment watching it because Leon, I didn't think if he would, what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But once they got to the Moose stuff, I thought it was like, okay, this makes sense. This is good.
No, when you mentioned when I saw Santana leaving the 2-on-1 with the system outside against Leon Slater, I go, this is Eddie Edwards, son of a bitch. He's going to have Nick Nemeth to call his shot on Leon Slater to get the X Division title, isn't he? They're going to kick his ass, and Nick Nemeth's going to have that open mic. Because I've been saying I would love to see AJ Styles versus Nick Nemeth for the X Division title. If AJ Styles is going to have a couple matches before he calls it up or quit, I said, man, that would be a hell of a match to see that there in TNA. Talk about box office. Talk about filling the UBS arena in the summer. Nemeth for the X Division title against AJ Styles will be freaking awesome. Will be phenomenal. But then I go, that's what son of a bitch. That's what's going to lead to it. Because also because I didn't know how popular the theme song was. I just joked around. He's getting Def Rebel. Oh, he's letting us know he's going to the Feds in a couple at the end of the year. He's getting ready, so I can see him dropping that title here to Nemeth and so forth. And Edwards, son of a bitch, I made it so easy for Nemeth to be a world champion. He goes, and something that Nemeth has never won before, an X Division champion. In his, another feather in his cap. So, but then Moose comes out, and I loved it because the referee bump, and then that's when Moose comes out and causes the living fucking hell to the system. He took them all out. I loved it. I was waiting for Alicia to come back and do the nut shot. It's gonna happen. I don't know when, but we all know Alicia's gonna side with her husband. When they'll pull the trigger, I don't know when we get emotionally invested or not, or don't see it coming when it comes from her. But the right call. Then we left that one-on-one match, and I thought I was excited to see Nick Nemeth and Leon Slater. Leon Slater gets the victory on Nick Nemeth, and I go, if they run a one-on-one matchup, run it back between Nemeth and Leon, I'm for it. Take my money.
Yeah, I agree.
Great way to end the show. The PLE went off the air. Well, I didn't talk about one thing I didn't mention about the guitar casket match between Mustafa Ali and Elijah. I mean, who the hell has a guitar casket match? Not even Elvis was buried in that. Yeah, that's why I didn't. I'm going to talk about it now and move on with it. This pay-per-view, this PLE on a Friday night was so freaking entertaining. Even with the Ash by Elegance almost dumb it down, but they brought it back home. This was a 9. I can, when I'm off the air later on tonight, I'll probably watch it again if there's no AAA Mexico, because this was how good it was. I really enjoyed No Surrender. Bravo TNA. This is the TNA that we knew from 2025. Not that was just a hiccup on the AMC premiere for TNA. This is what TNA is all about. This is why we enjoy this brand. This is why we stick with it and we cover it the way we do. This is what TNA is about. Like it or not, if you want to call it LOL, that's fine. Let us watch it. We'll give it the ratings. We'll invest our time. You don't want to watch TNA, that's not, we can't convince you. We can't convince you what to like and what you want to watch. But we enjoyed it. I thought they hit it out of the park. Congratulations to Jody Threat, Adriana Grace, and Trey Miguel as your world champion. And great job for the whole roster. Put on a hell of a match, a whole show here. Chris, which company you want to go? You want to do it at WWE? You want to go to AEW? Whichever one is your next one. Let us know.
WWE is going to take forever, so we might as well just go in AEW.
All right, but before that, let's hear a quick word from our sponsor, and then we'll reset here. We'll reset right now, and we'll go right into All Elite Wrestling right now. We'll hear from let's hear from Dude Wipes and save some money.
All right, quick break. Don't go anywhere. This segment is sponsored by Dude Wipes. Whether you're grinding through work, hitting the gym, or locked in for a full night of wrestling, Dude Wipes help you stay fresh. Simple as that. Portable, convenient, and designed for real life. And of course, this show is powered by the Sports Jedi Network. Independent wrestling coverage, real discussion, and a community that actually knows the product. If you rock with what we do here, support the sponsors that support the channel. Now, let's get back to the breakdown. Take it away, PGH Chris and Sports Jedi Kev.
You're watching Jedi Sports Network with Kev.
All right, thank you, Jody Threat, the number one contender, the friend of the program, Jody Threat. Chris, All Elite Wrestling, this was their show in Ontario, Toyota Center, Ontario, California. Couple title changes here, but I want to talk about how they opened up the show, a face-to-face opener, two of the most charismatic superstars in All Elite Wrestling. When you see Kenny Omega and Swerve Strickland opening up the show, your thoughts here? Are you ready to go? Are you excited? Did it intrigue you? Did it excite you? Talk to me.
First off, you guys better be here with me Wednesday night, because I'm going to be breaking this shit down every Wednesday. As much as I can every week, because this Wednesday, for the first time all year, I didn't think an AEW Dynamite was terrible. There are a lot of things, obviously, I have question with, but let's start into what we're talking about is a Swerve and Kenny Omega. I liked it. It's this rivalry is nice. You're getting okay. Let me say this before I say anything about this. Let's appreciate. I'm going to say this. I know I start off negatively with AEW a lot. I'm going to say this. I appreciate that AEW is now making their world championship picture mean something. Everybody wants to go for that world title. You have, which I know the result. I'm not going to spoil it for you guys out of respect, but we know that Hangman and Andrade are going after that world title. These two are going after that world title. Brody King, MJF is getting baby faces fed to him left and right. And I think that's good. I think putting the title on MJF this year was great. And because of stuff like this, you have two of your former world champions wanting to get back into that title scene. And I thought it was great. Both guys talked about their past issues with each other. Swerve and Omega is going to be a great match. And I can't wait to cover it with you guys Wednesday night. I'm excited. Could you argue that match could have been at Revolution? Yes. but we're also getting. I almost just spoiled. But we're also getting Hangman and the winner of tonight's match at Revolution. So maybe you could have done this, but I think this is a good way to, if you have Swerve or Omega win this match, one of those guys could come out at the main event of Revolution when MJF wins, and then they can do their face to face. So I like this, bro. I'm really excited for this match next week.
And all you said are great valid points. The one thing this is why it's not my cup of coffee. I can't get involved with. I don't. Kenny Omega is not going to Revolution because he has to go play a fucking video game tournament. Your EVP is going to go play a video game in Japan tournament, a Street Fighter. Yeah, that's why he's not. That's why he's not going to wrestle. He's putting the video game ahead of the fucking company where he's an EVP in.
I agree. The only thing is, he's in the video game. That's the only. So. Yes, he is. He's in the video game. Like he has a big part in the video game. That's that's why it's like Cody Rhodes and them going to film Street Fighter the movie. He's a big part of the video game. That's why. But I agree. I agree because this is a big time for AEW. So I agree. He should be there at Revolution. I agree. But
it doesn't look good when you have to go climb a mountain and you don't want to be in the main event picture. When you want to go play a video game, you don't want to be in the main event picture. When you got to go film a movie, you can't be in the main event picture. I can't be in this card. It doesn't look good when you're drawing 600,000 people on your television show. When you're wrestling in theaters. When you started filling up, when you started the company, you were doing 10, 15,000 seats arena, basketball arenas. Now you're doing bingo halls. You're taking step backwards. And now you hear these talents doing other things. It doesn't look good. You need to get that's my issue when I come to that. That's why I'm like, oh, come on. You're an EVP. Oh, that's the problem here. That's the issue where that bothers me.
Is it the issue that they're doing stuff outside of AEW?
No, priorities.
That they're doing it during a time where AEW needs those talents.
They need them.
Okay, that's fair. Yes, that's
it's for instance right now. I'm bringing it to my real life. If I'm struggling paying bills, I can't go have a lobster dinner right now. I can't afford to go watch. I can't even look at this way. I can't go running to Nashville to No Surrender when I have bills that I got to pay. That my money that I need is to go to pay my bills, keep my lights on. Not to go watch wrestling right now. That's the way I see it. He shouldn't be going to play video games right now. And I would like to, but this company we need to get this shit. We need to get this ship going. We got a television deal in 2027. You know what? Fine. I know it's a team effort. Others should pick up the slack, but it seems like others don't. They keep passing the baton, the ball, and that's an issue.
With Ospreay out. I feel like
Ospreay's missing. Is not there right now.
When you put it in that way, that's 100% fair. I agree.
Mercedes is not there right now.
No.
She's taking stem cell research or therapy. They need much high power names.
The positive I'm going to put into it, if we're not might get the match at Revolution, we're getting a lot of good matches at Revolution. This is a good TV match that people are going to be wanting to watch. They might turn it off right after, but this is a Swerve Strickland versus Kenny Omega on free television. That's what this is good for Dynamite, of them doing the match there and not at Revolution.
I could, but we spoke about this off air. What is the AEW's bread and butter?
Pay-per-views. And
how well and why are you putting this on television, free television, when you're only going to draw, when you have capped yourself to 680,000 tops? And it's been over more than a year.
I mean, they got to do something to get those ratings up. Everyone talks about them.
You made a great point there. But even if
something, I mean, if they're going to put it on,
it's not working though.
It's not. Well, I mean, if they put it on the pay-per-view, people are. Why was this? This is another match added on the pay-per-view. Why not just give it to us on free television to help your television show grow?
We'll find out if that does anything with the ratings, which I doubt it. So then
I doubt it too. But I mean, what's the point of putting it on the pay-per-view when you're getting a world championship match? You're going to have a number one contenders match and a world championship match in the same pay-per-view. We don't want that.
If it's going to lead to the other pay-per-view, yes. But if look, this is what the problem is. They're too busy putting the Costco guys on fucking their card and making it 18 card matches.
That I agree with.
That's why that match doesn't feel special, because it's too
Fair.
convoluted, because they put too many stupid nonsense matches on their pay-per-views. That's a whole other question. But my point, that's a box office name where people should pluck $59 or for whatever it's cost, $39 to go watch that. Omega versus Swerve. But they're gonna get it on TV. Hey, you gotta throw a bone. All right.
People want to, yeah. I mean, I think we both make good points, because you make a great point, but I still feel like if ratings are, the big thing now that people are paying attention to, apparently, something. We had a good TV match that I enjoyed in this show. That, I don't know, but I think both either way you do it, I don't think it's bad, but I do agree with your point though, that AEW needs to have everybody all in this year. No joke.
So,
everybody needs to be all in. If
all hands on deck.
MJF's all in, everybody needs to be all in. That's the
my
big thing. I agree with you on this whole conversation.
That's my point. My whole point of this, who cares how they do it? They need all hands on deck.
I agree. 100%.
They need all hands on deck, because now you have WWE vulnerable, because we'll talk about why they're vulnerable right now, and NXT is vulnerable right now with that roster change up that they have. TNA is getting a lot of momentum and getting and heading, but they're a little bit away from getting to the AEW realm. That's why they need a rally call of all hands on deck. This is a chance for All Elite Wrestling to get back up off the mat and at least they might get knocked out, but a standing knockout, not knocked out completely where they don't even get up on the mat. Right. NXT is down. So AEW has a chance to get back up and get into the fight. Right? Even if they're punch drunk, this is a chance, and they need all hands on deck. They have talent there, but listen, this is another thing that I'm going to say that I saw on the card, and I know what's going to lead to. The Callis family versus the Death Riders. We know it's going to lead to an anarchy in the arena, and that's all it's in it, and they're going to prolong it until, I don't know if they're going to do it for Double or Nothing, for Evolution, or for Wrestle Dream, or
they're going to do Blood and Guts at their show, at their Blood and Guts annual show around the same time War Games is in November.
I don't think they could stretch this feud that long. That's why I say they're going to do
Anarchy. They're really good at stretching shit out.
Anarchy in the arena. They that's the first, then Blood and Guts afterwards. I think it's Anarchy in the arena. No,
you're right. Oh my God, you're right. Yes, no.
And I don't watch the product, ladies and gentlemen.
You're right. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Anarchy in the arena just blew out of my head, because it's been. I didn't enjoy the last one. I'll be honest, but yeah, no, I didn't enjoy the last one. I enjoyed the one before that, but the only part I enjoyed was the bodies hit the floor. That was cool. But anyway, no, I agree. They could, they'll probably do that at Double or Nothing, which is in the summer. So,
I would love them to do it in this upcoming Final Resolution.
That's where they're gonna do it in New York.
No, not Final Resolution. Whatever. What's it called? The Revolution.
Revolution. Yeah, I mean, they're at the Kia Center, so that'd be cool. They ought to. Or the Kia Forum. Oh, no, the Crypto Arena. They're at the Crypto Arena. They're where the Lakers play.
Anarchy the arena will be nice there, but I don't know if they'll do it there.
Anarchy in the stadium at fucking Grand Slam at Double or Nothing.
We'll see if they'll do that there. And what I wanted to talk about this, that had a lot of controversy, comments, LOL, I like it, not like it. Tommaso Ciampa, 10-day run as your TNA championship. What's your honest opinion and your thoughts on that?
About the
match? Whole title reign, the match, and
this match was freaking good.
I agree on that one.
Fletcher and Ciampa are good in the ring together. Now let's get that out of the way. Now let's talk where me and you are going to probably agree. My thing is this: if you we're going to have Ciampa, if Kyle Fletcher, like, they just want this because of Grand Slam going in Australia. That's all they want. I don't think Kyle Fletcher had to regain it there. He could have regained it tonight or today, which is still too soon. But I kind of feel like they put the title on Ciampa to stick it to WWE because Royce Keys debuted in the Raw. I do agree with that. I do think that. It was kind of to get that out there. Do I think that they had plans for Ciampa in the future? No. We didn't even get a fucking real reboot of Mark Briscoe. Like, why are they running it back with Mark Briscoe? Like, that's just the one thing. Like, you're kind of they flip-flopped. They should have just let Kyle Fletcher and Mark Briscoe really finish whatever they were going to do. Have Fletcher win the TNT title in Australia, and then that's when you start your feud with Tommaso Ciampa. Have him, like, or so, I don't know. My point is, it felt like they kind of did that because Royce Keys it was the same day, by the way.
Yeah.
So
Spiteful.
I mean, it was. I don't understand it. That I can't defend that.
I hate it when both companies booked for spiteful reasons, because you could see it, with Ricky Saints or Ethan Page winning it immediately without a reason.
Right.
It makes sense. The same thing we see in Tommaso Ciampa. Look, it's not just a AEW thing; it's both. Both companies doing that spiteful stuff. You could even say Trey Miguel was could be that. I could hear people screaming, saying that as well with Trey, because he just that's sticking it to AEW. We'll make him. He's our champion, and we value him. For the politics that these major companies do sometimes, that spill or overflows in the IWC, and people, we don't want tribalism. But when the big major companies start booking and doing things spiteful, you're going to feel the tribalism. You're going to feel it, regardless. Even if they do it consciously, unconsciously, with Ciampa winning the title, like you said, you could have built him. You could have had him. If you could have eventually made Ciampa your world champ, your TNT world champion at the pay-per-view if you wanted, or in a couple weeks from now. You don't have to do it debuting the first Sukoni and immediately. How well? I'm asking this: how good did that do? And also with Gail Kim winning the title her first night in WWE for the Divas title back then, it didn't help her. Exactly.
I agree.
So they got to be careful when you want to do something like that. You first come to the company win. It doesn't really, hopefully, especially when they have a reputation of not being strong, creative, and follow-ups. When they have that stereotype of not telling stories and getting you invested in these talents, with Ciampa, not taking them off television, not seeing them for weeks, and then come back, and it's not going to help Ciampa. You got to do something where Ciampa now is hell-bent. I hope that he causes havoc in Australia where there is a no decision, and I wouldn't even mind a triple threat with those three. That Ciampa says, no one's winning this title if I'm not involved in it. But I don't know. Whatever happens, we'll see what happens on Grand Slam. Make it make sense storytelling wise for them. And this look for Tommaso Ciampa is good. He's booked in the right spot. All Elite Wrestling fits Ciampa. It's no ill will, no sour grapes that he's not with WWE. He fits. He's an All Elite wrestler, prototype character for them. It fits. He could do all his stuff there. He had the match with Fletcher. They could spam all the false finishes until Kingdom Come. And I hope they send Johnny Gargano and Candice LeRae over there. They're playing this gimmick that he's all depressed and blah, blah, blah. Just release the guy. Let him go over there. Let him be a tag team. That's what Tony's going to do. Put Gargano and Ciampa as a tag team. Then they'll turn on each other, and then see you. Guantanamo Bay has a nice resort waiting for them. That's all I can see, Chris.
Yeah, no, I agree.
What's your things that caught for your All Elite Wrestling? Now, I want to make this before you go on. Starting Wednesdays on this channel, Chris will be reviewing instantly live reaction at around 10:15, 10:20. As soon as Dynamite goes off the airs, he will go live to do his honest assessment review on the product. He wants to do that. Great. I can't get up early. I have to get up at 3 a.m. I cannot do the reviews. I would love to do SmackDown. All the other ones I can't because I get up super duper early. I have to go 3-4 hours of sleep and just go to work. It's a task. So Chris will take care of it.
Yeah, no, I got some time for the next few months on my hands on. Usually Thursday mornings I had something going on, but I don't for the next few months. So I watch the shows, so I figured, let's see how this goes. Hopefully, you guys show up, support, and it's not going to go away. I'm going to be here every Wednesday talking about it. So yeah, I'm excited. Obviously thankful. So yeah, that's something I wanted to do for a little bit because people think we're anti AEW for the most part, and that's just simply not true, especially me. So I'm excited for it. But yeah, before we wrap up this AEW talk, because we do have Raw and whatever SmackDown we did watch, because we were both busy with our respected No Surrenders. I was watching it, with the lady. You were watching it here. So I'm not too up to date with the whole SmackDown card. I'll be honest. So I do want to talk about this though, real quick, before we get into that.
But before you even break that, I want to make sure the AEW Dynamite is fueled by G Fuel. G Fuel nutrition. Make sure you hit that. You can have a promo code, so it's sponsored by G Fuel.
20% off.
Go. There you go. I want to make sure we get that.
And you guys know, like always. Obviously, don't forget though. I always got these on deck.
There you go.
But no. So Tekla and Chris Statlander. I'm probably gonna feel the complete opposite of a lot of people.
Okay.
I don't feel like she was buried. I don't feel like she has been misused. First off, watch the match again. She lost because Julia Hart and Sky Blue caused her the match. Tekla wasn't, that's that you could say that. It wasn't a clean loss. She beat Mercedes clean. She beat Jade Cargill at the peak of her career when nobody's beaten her. You could argue the character. First, they don't know what to do with her heel or face. I will agree with that. They don't know how to book her heel or face. They don't know what the hell they want to do with her. I will admit that. But when it comes to her match booking, not character booking, match booking, because she lost in a strap match to an interference, people were really going on an outrage about Chris Statlander. I understand she's not been booked to people expected, but at the end of the day, she's beaten two of the best women to step foot in that company. Three, who am I missing?
Oh, Toni Storm.
Toni Storm, thank you, to win the championship. Oh my God. Exactly. So, let's really thank you, Kev, for bringing that up, because that really, I've forgotten, that really makes my point even sweeter, in my opinion. So, because she lost it the way she did, she didn't even get pinned cleanly. She got interfered in a strap match. What is the real outrage with Chris Statlander losing? It does not hurt her, in my opinion. She could easily win it back. And Tekla is fucking phenomenal. Tekla, Kev, Tekla.
Tekla, Chris. Tekla. Listen, I don't care who won that match. Be honest with you. You could make arguments Tekla might have been they earned it, and maybe a little change of scenery in the women's world title picture. Fine. You don't want to always have a logjam with a long title reigns in the women's picture, whatever the case is. Like you mentioned, Statlander has a very important matches. Gave Jade Cargill her first loss. Mercedes Moné beat Toni Storm, the top of the women. You could say she jumped over Big Break. She has more meaningful wins than Dr. Big Breaker.
Yeah.
So the only thing, but here's the thing. In life, in everything, timing is everything. Am I correct? Isn't that famous?
Yes, they should have done this 2 years ago with her.
No, I'm not even that. The reason why I say timing is she had a TMC sit-down interview where she says that she feels like creative doesn't know what to do with her characters. One time she's a baby face, one time she's a heel, feels kind of frustrated. She can't connect with the people. I'm paraphrasing. Can't connect with the crowd, the audience, all that good stuff. And then days later, they have you lose on a random television show in a strap match. That's where you raise an eyebrow. It's not because
I forgot about that interview.
That's what makes you raise an eyebrow, Chris, on the timing. Why? Okay. Is that a punishment? Does this owner books on people what they say outside of the wrestling and listen to an interview? Did you hear what she said? They were very negative about the company.
Yes, Jamie Hayter's a perfect example of that.
And there's history. The problem is, here's the thing. There's history of this happening in that company.
Yeah. Jamie Hayter went on a podcast and said, "You're dumb to not have CM Punk on your locker room." She wasn't on TV for a year.
And unfortunately, there's a lot of factors and instance that proves that there's something going on with that. What you say, you are held accountable, or you are going to get kind of reprimanded or punished for the actions or words that you say about the company. And then Statlander lose, it opens up that rabbit hole conspiracy theory or your stigma that AEW has. And it sucks because it should be emphasized on Tekla beating a really, really important female wrestler in All Elite Wrestling's history in that division. And it sucks because instead of talking about that, we're going to conspiracy theories, wondering, and again, if a wrestler loses a match, there's got to be someone who's going to win and lose. That's wrestling. Doesn't mean, they should go to another company and wrestle there. I hate that, Chris.
I do too. But look, I forgot that interview happened because we did talk about that personally behind the scenes. I think, look, there's been a history, like I mentioned, with Jamie Hayter. She's right though, because I talked about her character and she even said it too. It's like, she's like the special occasion. Like 1 month she's special and the other she's not, and then it's like pick and choose. Like kind of, okay, I pick you this time. I pick you this time. Like, I mean, she's not wrong. Like that's like the sad part of it. Like, because if she does get punished for it, which you could be right at the end of the day, maybe that is why people are raising an eye on it, which rightfully so. Because I totally forgot that happened. But I don't know. I think that she's obviously very talented. She could obviously thrive anywhere. It's just a matter of what she's feeling, and she obviously said how she felt. So we don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. But she's had important matches, man, and she's been one of the solid women on this show throughout her existence. So I don't feel like, when I did see a lot of people say, well, she just buried the no, they didn't. But you have a right to raise an eyebrow because of all that stuff. That makes sense, but the other stuff just doesn't to me.
And I'm going to make this is unpopular. This is going to be very uber unpopular, what I'm going to say. And I know people, I don't even expect anyone to agree with it. When it comes to Chris Statlander not getting any characters over, when she was, I don't know, an alien or whatever the case is, I think she's more important than Toni Storm. Toni Storm stepped in shit. If they never fucking did Queen of the Ring wrestling, they never did that fucking movie, The Queen of the Ring, you don't get timeless Toni Storm. She stepped in it. She played her. They cast her for a role, and she liked it, and she pulled it over to the wrestling to AEW creative. It wasn't anyone it wasn't RJ City or any of the creative people to say, why don't you play a 1940, 50 wrestler, darling? I don't think so. She stepped on it because she was cast for that Queen of the Ring movie, and she stood in character until this day. That's all. And if that movie wasn't invented or that movie wasn't produced, I don't think she would have gotten. We wouldn't even, or not her cast for it. She would never have gone to the timeless Toni Storm gimmick. That's just my opinion. Again, I told you guys you're not going to agree with me, or might not, but I think that's just my opinion. I'm sticking with it because the proof is there. She can't get away from that gimmick now. What everyone's saying now, that she is stale, becoming tireless now.
I've heard you say that for a good amount of time since that movie came out, and I'm starting to agree every day, because like she was just she was with Soraya and Ruby Soho. Like she was just in those trios, obviously, make the joke writes itself right there.
Soraya trios, I mean, come on. She's the queen.
She was the leader of that group too. But
hey.
She has the most experience, that's why. Anyway,
ask Consequences Creed.
Oh my God, there you go. Anyway, she she obviously she stood out because where she came from and who she was, but you could be right. I don't think I think that was just like, oh my God, roll with it because we don't know what the fuck to do with you. But at the end of the day, look, Chris Statlander, she'll be all right if she doesn't get screwed with the behind the stage politics. My only last thing on this show, which I don't really care to get into, Private Party's back. Yay. Don't care. Give me the guns.
Here's one thing that I took away that it's pretty good, that is keeping the audience in your mind and thoughts. We're Ospreay video packages. For a company that don't do video packages, and look, I don't like Ospreay. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a fan of him.
But he's important to the company.
But he is so. Remember, all hands on deck. That's what all hands on deck is. I killing Kenny Omega to go play video games But I gotta commend Will Hairspray for doing those packages and reminding people I'm working on my neck. I'm trying to get back for you ungrateful IWC assholes that are gonna burn me and say that I
Wants to
suck.
be all in Wembley this year. That's the
And
main
he's
thing.
and I gotta respect that. He
Of
wants
course.
to get back in there, wrestle, show you video package, show you that he's working his tail off to get back to entertain us for the oohs, ahs, and I can't stand you critics that they give him.
Yeah, I mean, look, it keeps Ospreay not
In your-
gone, like in
Exactly.
your mind. Yeah, like I was, dude, I popped as soon as I saw I was.
And this is the second one, right? The second week they do this?
last week they did it. When they did it last week, I was like, oh my god, yes! Like I was very, very excited. Obviously, everyone knows Will Ospreay is my favorite wrestler, so yes.
And I got to give credit. I got to give credit and credit where it's due. Where I'm killing one wrestler for wanting to go climb a mountain and go play video games, there's another one that is rehabbing his rear end off to get back in for us ungrateful wrestling fans. And I got to give him credit. Ospreay, you are getting my. If I had a cap, take my cap off. Salute, because you're just like Cody Rhodes did when he tore his pec. You saw that comeback where Ospreay's taking, and that's good. You want to imitate anyone, imitate that right there. And I got to give kudos to him. And we'll find out what happens in Australia for the Grand Slam in Australia, which I find it weird. They're going to do a one-off. You know how much money and logistic it takes to fly over to.
And the fact is, we already know what happened.
That's a rough one, though. Is that profitable for All Elite Wrestling? Because people are upgrading tickets because they're closing section. They're losing money. And I had this question because now we found out a report before we went on the air. Warner Brothers Discovery owns a minor part of All Elite Wrestling. Makes me wonder how much money is All Elite Wrestling really making, because they have small gates. They spend a lot of money on their talents with Uber contracts, and their television deal has a cap of X amount of dollars. Where's the revenue? Because they don't run a lot of commercials like the WWE.
You know what I think? This could be uber far-fetching. This could just be a fucking tax write-off for his pops.
A lot of people said that a lot for his father. A lot of people said that.
I didn't hear anybody say that. I agree.
This is a tax
write-off. Whoever's saying that, I agree with you. Whoever has been saying that, because this is definitely a tax. Something with his taxes. They don't give a shit about AEW, especially Shad, whatever the fuck his name is. They don't care about it, and he's the main one funding it.
The NFL is the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Right, and why do you think Tony does his pay-per-views on Saturdays during football season?
Right.
AEW is not his priority. As much as he wants to sit here and make it seem like it is, it's just not. But different profits are going. A lot of the majority of profits from the NFL Jaguars are probably funding. They're going there, and it's a tax write. He can write it off on his taxes. Boom, he's good.
This is what it is. That's why it sucks, because you could see the potential for it to be really a juggernaut, and
we saw it in the beginning. I do not know. I mean, I know.
And maybe that's what's leading. That's probably where Cody and Tony Khan differences, because Cody has a different vision of make it grow and be number one, and Tony's like, no, I gotta stay in my lane because this is a write-off. I can't make it be profitable, because then we lose money. We have to pay even more in taxes, because if it's a profitable business, I think that's where the problem is. I think
it's generally sad, because I don't think Tony understands that feeling of AEW from 2020 to 2022. I don't like that. Will never be touched, and it's sad, because they had it, man. Vince was going through what he was going through. Everybody was signing left and right. Danielson and Adam Cole show up, whether you like him or not. At that time, they meant something. They had it, bro. And then the CM Punk thing took a turn.
Well, yeah, because I think he wanted that, and then he says, "You know what? I think something along the lines
Punk
changed."
was there. They were making so much money.
Yeah.
Like,
they were in the ratings, everything.
I don't think people understand the revenue. Like, obviously, it's not public, but they were making bucks having Moxley and Hangman, Moxley and Punk at their double or nothings. Yeah, those two double or nothings. Tony probably got a Huge check. But yeah, my point is we'll see where they go. But we got a lot to cover.
Yeah, guys, we definitely got one. We're gonna go to WWE, but first we're gonna hear from our sponsor, Blackout Coffee, and I'll be right back myself. So here's our sponsor, Blackout Coffee.
Sports Jedi Nation, you already know how I move. I don't start my day without two things: standing firm in what I believe in a cup of coffee that actually represents those values. That's why I rock with Blackout Coffee. It's a 100% American company, unapologetic, patriotic, pro-Second Amendment, and anti-woke nonsense, no corporate posturing, no virtual signing, just real coffee for people who still believe in God, family, and freedoms. Every bag is a roast right here in my beautiful state of Florida, and it's shipped straight to your door. Fresh, bold, no compromises. If you need to hit the ground running, the Morning Reaper I suggest, a medium roast that goes smooth, powerful, and kicks like a mule. Support a company that actually gives a damn about this country. Go to Blackout Coffee Rumba. Use my promo code Rumba for 20% off or Sports Jedi 20 of your first order. Blackout Coffee. Wake up, stand up, never back down. Fuel your freedom. Real coffee with real values. A bold, backed by freedom. Wake up and think free. And may the sports be with you.
All right, Blackout Coffee. Don't forget, here's our promo code. If you go to blackoutcoffee.com/Rumba, you put Rumba, save 20% on your first order. And then after that, you can use my referral code, Sports Jedi 20, and continue to save even more. So Blackout Coffee, Sports Jedi Network. Wake up, stand up, and get ready to go. So, Chris, we're going right to our WWE portion here. We're going to mash them all up because it's SmackDown, NXT, and Raw, because we're going to try to go a little rapid fire on there. Let's talk about, look, not a much. I'm going to go with NXT real quick. NXT is going to a revamping.
Get that mierda out of the way.
NXT is going to a revamping stage where right now it's, I don't know what is it. We watch along and we see it. We're not feeling it. We're not getting invested and loving the product. Where now the critics they liking it. Like now they're covering it even more intense. When it was much more hotter with some more storylines and more spiciness, they didn't want to cover it. So what are we doing? What are we not seeing? Because I am not into the Vanity Project. Doesn't hit it for me.
Look, I've said this multiple times. Kev, you remember, Chef, even you remember, if you're ever going to watch this, you guys remember how hot NXT was in the beginning of 2025. I remember when Kev would do the Knicks game, and I would either do the game or the NXT myself or with Chef, and we're like, "Yo, Kev, bro, you gotta see this. You gotta see this." Like, and he's streaming the game. Like, so, dude, sometimes I wanted to go into the playback just to be like, yeah, but obviously wasn't gonna do that. But like, that's how exciting NXT was. And they moved everybody up too quick. It's the same thing that happens with this. They take a dip. That's why this is just my opinion, because this is probably why I didn't like the 2.0 era, because I was a black and gold guy. They were so hot. Everybody went to the main roster. They got a bunch of new people like the Carmelo Hayeses, the Solos, the Braun Breakers, and all of them. And I was like, who the hell are these guys? Then they guys rose up. They rose up into where they're at now. So like, I think you could, you've been watching NXT consistently since the 2.0 era, a lot more than I have. So you have a lot more to say than this. But I feel like NXT always takes, like, they move everybody up too quick and they just leave it with like a flat line, and they just have to rebuild, and they don't do anything where it's like, how can we move this person up, maybe keep you for a few months until we have you, go against some other guys that we can keep around longer, and then you can go. They haven't done that. It's like, okay, Trick, Oba, Jordan Grace, blah, 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 you're coming. I'm like, and then Sean's like, well, what the fuck? There goes my show. I got to rewrite. That's, again, you could back me up if I'm right or wrong, but that's what I feel like watching it.
Yeah, it feels like, where all these changes with TKO, the corporate, pulling this wrestler, that wrestler, then Sean, look, I think Sean sometimes, I'm not saying he's giving up, but not putting a lot of love and emphasis, like he's dwindling down on him, because here he is investing and building a lot of these characters, a lot of these young men and women. And in NXT, okay, I'll give you a couple. Indy Hartwell. Some of these wrestlers, that are part of that he developed in 2.0, and they get called to the main roster and they don't have anything for them, and they end up getting released afterwards. And meanwhile, they were uber over and even to the degree of the black and gold wrestlers that none of them really has really became face of any company on any of the shows. But then so why poke them and plant and poke them up to the main roster and you're not doing anything to them? I'm trying to remember. I'm drawing a blank of some of these women that are men that were really strong in NXT, and then they get called up to the main. Oh, Dijak. After revamping and revitalizing, Karrion Kross,
example of them all.
But I want to give the Shawn Michaels one that worked under Shawn Michaels.
Oh, Shawn Michaels one.
Shawn Michaels learning tree. Because I want to make that. No, I got you.
That's fair. Talking about Shawn Michaels learning tree. So even when we talk about people that have come from the main roster down to NXT, like Baron Corbin, that's the guy that I think of, because what happened? I thought you were there, bro. Did you not think that him and Braun were a good tag team? I did.
I loved it.
I don't know what happened with him after that.
And Chris, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I used to, what I was saying before, because when I was going to 2.0, I said, man, when the time comes for Braun Breaker to be elevated to the main roster, man, I would love him to team up with Madcap Moss. Remember him?
Okay.
And I go, man, they're young, good-looking young men. Pause. And they could be a revamp of a Steiner Brothers. They're young, they're young-looking, hot throbs. Women will like them as tag team. Then when Braun is ready to ascend to that singles competition, he'll turn on Madcap. And then you could, Marty Jannetty, Shawn Michaels. But let them go out there and really make havoc on the tag team division. Granted, Braun has been brought up much more better than I.
Yeah, because I think it's just because Madcap Moss, the way he I don't know how that would have affected Braun, especially.
No, I got you. But I
only
lines as a tag team,
because he was hot. Exactly. No, he was so hot with Corbin during NXT.
I didn't see Corbin, so they put Corbin, and I thought they were going to bring that up. Well, bring the act of Braun and Corbin up.
Yes,
then that's fine. But I first said Madcap before they even bought Corbin and teamed up the Wolf Dogs, and they made it work. I was like, man, that looks good. And then Corbin gets revitalized, gets going, and I'm like, oh, they got something for him. He's not there no more. Why? This guy is 6'6", 6'7". He's good.
Right. The long story short is I don't want this to happen to somebody like a Josh Briggs or like a fucking somebody who's there right now. But I don't know.
So when I see this, Chris, I see this where they bring up this big class and they bring up women and men that not really have nothing for them. Wouldn't it not hurt to keep Grayson Waller at that time in the NXT realm and let him run as world champion as a heel, do the innate, because he is just as talented and on the microphone as an Ethan Page. Maybe in ring is different. Grayson Waller.
Oh yeah.
I'm high on Grayson Waller with the microphone.
Dude, him and Ethan Page should be a freaking tag.
But I mean, if they would, instead of bringing them and go to the main roster, send them up to not do nothing and just do international vignettes with the New Day, they could have kept them a couple extra months in NXT to run as an NXT World Champion and get that going. He had a hive. Waller had a hive of fans in the NXT Performance Center that wanted him to be champion. There was a Grayson Waller fans, and they stopped going to NXT because once Waller went up to the main roster, because I'd seen them, they were annoying, that group. And they're not even going to the Performance Center anymore. Shawn Michaels says, what the hell? I'm investing, preparing these people for you guys, and you guys don't even use them. I'm wasting my talents and my effort here with these kids if you're not going to use them. So then I feel like it's leading over to the week to week watching of NXT to some of these episodes, what are we doing? It's I hope that the Vanity Project works. I'm glad that they're with right now against Joe Hendry. Where I don't know. I'm having a hard time connecting with the Evolve wrestlers, Chris. I'm sorry.
I agree 100%, man.
I can't connect with them. I don't know what is it with them, that I just can't grab them. I can't, they look, I can see out of all three of the vanity projects, the one, Jocelyn Drake is the only one that I could see making it past NXT. The other guy, Ricky Smokes, is too small. He's too tiny. And the other one, I don't know. What has he done special besides look like a bastard child of Billy Gunn? I don't know. I can't see this. I can't see that. Now, the match that was pretty interesting was Blake Monroe and Jada Parker, because we know both ladies should be in the main roster on SmackDown. We know that, but they have to keep talented women down low, and unfortunately, it's Blake and Jada's to stay down there. They didn't even give us a match. But I like the aftermath chaos of them beating them and fighting all over the arena. At least that got us going. And then the show, there was really nothing. Really, how many times? Another Tatum Paxley revamp. All right, been there, done that. Okay, right. Tony D'Angelo, Dark Stage situation. I'm like, oh, what do we do? Like, Tony D'Angelo's turning into Andre Chase.
Man, this shows. Yeah, I agree, man. This show's just.
I'm having the heck,
What's there to talk about on this show besides JC Jane? She's the only thing good about this show.
JC Jane and I'm already over the Sol Ruka and Zarya nonsense. Are you going to turn it already? Is she going to kick her ass already and get physical? None of this. It looks like two lesbians that are arguing and fighting with one another. Can we get the fighting? Can we get this? It just feels rough. What are we watching here?
Yep.
Wait, Shawn Michaels, did you phone it in? Do we need some new creative, another way of going? Should we elevate Shawn Michaels to the main roster? Because when he's in charge and he's fully invested, full steam ahead, he could cook. He could cook. But if you keep taking away his ingredients and you're giving him porqueria to do, it's hurting the product.
I agree.
And it's new recruit class. I understand they're having tryouts, bringing in independent wrestlers. Great. Don't stop bringing in the NIL talents. I'm one of them that I didn't like it in the beginning, Chris. I have totally done a 180. They need to continue bringing the NIL talents in because they're super uber athletic pieces of clay that they can mold with WWE good habits. And they don't have to take out the bad habits from the independent scenes.
That's fair. The more we talk about that even here and off air, I agree.
So I would like to see where that goes. NXT, it's got a little bit rough one. They didn't, obviously, the month of February, I don't believe they're doing a PLE, which that tells me that I have to remind myself to get rid of Peacock because there's no reason for me keeping Peacock. If there's no PLE at TNA, NXT PLEs,
no Saturday night main events coming up.
I got to get rid of Peacock because there's no reason for me to keep Peacock. I hate to say it on the air. There's nothing. And if the NXT PLE with Vanity Project isn't going to get me to keep paid $12.99 that cost. I'm sorry. It's just not there for me right now. And NXT's right now, they're in some danger zone. Hopefully they get. But I don't know how they're going to build this road to stand and deliver. I really don't. And I love NXT because I live in Orlando, Florida. I've been sitting in the arena. I sit there. I bleed black. I've said 2.0 is better than Black and Gold because of the results of the talents that's there from all the wrestlers that are there in main event pictures where no one from Black and Gold really sniffed the main event scene or being face of the company. You have Obafemi who could be the face of the company. You have a Braun Breaker. You have Trick Williams, Carmelo Hayes with the United States title, Tiffany Stratton, Roxanne Perez. I mean, the list is long and long and long. Can you say that about where did Dakota Kai? Dakota Kai didn't even sniff a title. She's not even in the company. Raquel Rodriguez is finally getting in the world title picture. Of the Liv Morgan, I could give you Liv Morgan,
Bianca Belair. So because we talk about this a lot because we obviously disagree. When you say that, do you mean just from Triple H's regime, or is you talking about anybody that's come into NXT during that point? Because remember, a lot of those guys during that time already had names for themselves outside. Triple H just made them into like Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, like Shinsuke. Like if we're putting those people aside, because those people are the top of the cards now. But
neither one has been world champion.
I mean, okay, then world champions Kevin Owens, Io Sky, Bianca Belair, Rhea Ripley. I mean, Matt Riddle was I'm listening before you.
Tag team. Was it world heavyweight champion?
I mean, he was a mid-card champion. I'm saying he big parts of the show. But half those people you named aren't world champions either.
Not yet, but they're going to. Tiffany Stratton already world champion. Everybody wanted Obafemi to win the Royal Rumble, and they wanted to beat Brock Lesnar.
I don't know why.
Braun Breaker was supposed to be the world heavyweight champion before the hernia. You know, there's Trick Williams, two-time TNA world champion. There's been more. Those guys easily could have been face of the company. All those guys from 2.0 are face of companies, men and women. And I give you the women on the black and gold side are more elevated than the men. None of the men has really lived that expectation of being face of the company for WWE, even All Elite Wrestling. Where's Keith Lee?
Again,
he has his hands in the fryer.
Finn Balor.
Now, Finn Balor. That's one. Okay.
He was the first ever Universal Champion.
Yeah, and what happened?
After he got hurt.
Exactly.
What do you mean exactly? It wasn't a creative decision. He got hurt.
He never got back to the point. He never got back.
I mean, that's
but
fair,
he's important. But he's important though. He's important. I'm not giving. But he's not. They're not going to do. You could see the rule of Obafemi in the whole WWE from years. You could see the face of the company in Braun. You don't see that. If Finn Balor was never going to be the face of the WWE for months, he wasn't going to be in a Cody Rhodes position.
No.
Bianca, I could give you. Even Liv could give you that.
I'm naming
Asuka was transitional. Asuka's not going to be the face of the women's division, even though she is very popular in Japan. Io, different one. The NIL program works. Regardless, they didn't have to go elsewhere. They didn't have to do it or go.
I mean, if we're really talking about that, and black and gold clears, Seth Rollins, not Roman Reigns,
right.
Seth Rollins,
Roman Reigns too. Roman Reigns is from the NIL, but it's not the NIL. Roman Reigns is from independent scene, from his family in the Samoas, from the FCW.
Yeah, like all those, but Seth Rollins is the first ever NXT champion. That's why I put him in that category.
Of course. But he was Tyler Black, wasn't he? Or what's his other names?
Right. Yeah, Tyler Black. But I'm just talking about like in the Triple H regime. Like, I mean, Gunther, he's the biggest one probably.
That's Triple H's champion, and that came from the independent scenes of
the one person I cannot defend that pisses me off. And again, we'll move on in a second. But the one guy that pisses me off that they fucked up was Pete Dunne. I hate that. They screwed Pete Dunne so bad coming to the main roster. He was so good in NXT, black and gold, and they screwed him up.
I felt that Rich Holland had a bigger, stronger push in the main roster than freaking Pete Dunne.
Yeah, he did.
I hate to say that.
You're 100% right.
That kid should have gotten some really good competitive.
I don't know. Maybe one of these days, if you like it, we'll even do we'll do a whole thing on which era was better.
Me personally, I like the 2.0 over the black and gold. I feel that there's more money to be made with the 2.0 wrestlers now than they ever will with the black and gold wrestlers. It's about making money right now. It could be touch the heart. More talented, maybe black and gold is more talented. Yes, but who's going to make? It's about drawing more money. Who's going to sell more tickets to go into a building? We could have that debate.
Well, that
was a good one. That was a good spirited debate there on that one. But speaking of spirited, Monday Night Raw. Monday Night Raw was not spirited. Monday Night Raw was just. It was very boring at that time. Nothing really. The Elimination Chamber, LA Knight qualifies. We get another masked man. Now where I don't know where the hell I don't know where the hell they're going with these storylines with injuries. That's why it's like if you have a chance, someone's hot right now, go for it. Don't wait down the road and goes, you got to be patient. You got to wait. I understand you have to wait for a lot of different things, but LA Knight kind of feels like it's like 2 years too late he's going to the Elimination Chamber. Great job, but it feels too late, too late. Like, he's not going to win the chamber.
No, he's not going to win the chamber. It is 2 years too late. I hate to say it. I really do, because it made a moment for our guy, Damian Priest, but LA Knight should have won that Money in the Bank that year. I hate to say that, because I even bought a really, really good seat when Priest was world champion to see him and Mysterio in the main event of Raw and Hershey. Like, I marked out. I loved it. It gave us a moment I'll never forget, of course. But in hindsight of things, LA Knight should have won that main event or Money in the Bank that year. And it should have been complete opposite. And I hate to say that, but that's when LA Knight should have got his moment.
And I totally agree with you because they didn't even mention we haven't had a WWE Puerto Rican champion since Pedro Morales. They didn't even mention that. They didn't even market that, Chris.
Right.
So it was, and if they were going to go for that moment, they didn't even say
media.
that.
Right. It took social media for that. And like, again, like now that I really come to terms with it, I don't really think the run was great.
Damien's? No.
I hate to say it. He had that one thing with Finn that was interesting. That's it, or with Gunther.
And the title defense that he had that Seth Rollins cost McIntyre.
That was a good one.
Was it Rollins or was it?
It was Rollins at Money in the Bank. No, it was Money in the Bank that year against Rollins. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think LA Knight should have won it then, but I don't think he's going to win the Chamber. I wouldn't be surprised if he's one of the last two with Cody Rhodes and he gets pinned. Oh my God, I'm putting that right here, right now on Valentine's Day, right before the Chamber. It's going to be LA Knight and Cody in the final two, and LA Knight's going to take the pin. Watch.
I mean, look.
Cody's winning the Chamber, and I know we're cutting.
No, we're covering both. We're covering them both. We're talking about the qualifiers.
So, Cody's going to win that Elimination Chamber.
There's
no way he doesn't like it. It's already there. Like,
yeah.
Again, I did not watch SmackDown. I'm going to watch SmackDown after this, but I can only speak on results because again, we had no surrender. I think you should not have. I don't know how the match. Do you know how the match ended?
Yes, Drew McIntyre came out, which is a no disqualification. He wanted to put over Sami Zayn and have Sami Zayn win. Sami Zayn Helluva kicked like an idiot Drew McIntyre, and then Cody Rhodes hit his crossroads and pinned Sami Zayn.
So Fatu didn't take the pin.
No, it was Sami Zayn.
Fatu and Drew McIntyre at the Elimination Chamber.
Okay, but who wins that one?
Drew McIntyre. I understand that. But could there be a way? And the reason I say that is, could there be a way to add Jacob Fatu in for a triple threat?
I don't know.
Or do you think Sammy would get that before Jacob?
No, I think Sami Zayn's days as a world champion until he gets to Riyadh next year for WrestleMania. I don't know. I don't know because this creative
Cody wins just
hurts things.
Cody, yeah, right. Like I can't even think of how they could do that because, like you mentioned, who wins that? Obviously, Drew. Unless, that I hated that decision last night. But we know he's gonna win, right? So I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this.
It's convoluted. It's because Drew McIntyre does not deserve to lose his world title. I can make an argument. I can see Drew McIntyre continue holding his title past WrestleMania because he's that compelling. He becomes a heel that could someone beat this freaking dude already? Right. That's what you want with a world champion. If it's a heel champion, you just cannot wait for that babyface to freaking take that title and beat him. Even if he keeps beating your favorites. Oh my God, again, that's where the money is. The hook, line, and sinker, because you cannot wait for someone to beat him. It doesn't matter if it's 1,314 days or 423 days as a heel. You want that obstacle to happen. You want that guy, when it beats it, to make it feel special after you beat them. What's next? Yeah. That's exactly what they want to. That's the way I want to watch wrestling. When someone beats the champion, what do you have for them next? Not just because it's a feel-good moment that night and you have a crowd. No, you have to have something laid out beyond. And that Drew McIntyre is that heel. I love it because he continues. And I wasn't a McIntyre fan. I told you that. But he was boring on the microphone. But now he's really, really exciting. He is exciting because what is he doing? Action speaks louder than words. He's causing and stirring shit up. Is there a world where we have a fatal four-way? I don't want it with Sami Zayn, Fatu, Drew.
Gotta have Randy before Sammy.
And that's another thing. Randy's in the chamber too. Like you got Randy and Cody. I kind of want to see Randy and Cody go at it one-on-one.
So do I.
Title.
So do I. That's why look, if WWE does not have Cody Rhodes win the chamber, I will literally be so surprised, bro. I don't even know what I'd say. But let's be honest with ourselves. We're going into the men's chamber knowing Cody's winning. Do they do another moment somehow, some way where I'm not saying John, you know how they did the John Cena's heel turn after the whole thing was already over? Unless they do something where Randy, where he RKO's out of Cody. I don't know. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Because I'm lost. They booked
Thank
me.
You just turned the light bulb on for me. Cody Rhodes wins the stupid chamber. Yeah, I'm going there. Drew McIntyre kind of wins or screws out Fatu or whatever the case is, or doing that, and all of a sudden there's the video footage of the attack in the back. Remember when Jacob Fatu lost his teeth? And it's Cody Rhodes. And it's Cody Rhodes while the match is happening.
Another Jade and Bianca and Naomi situation.
And then Jacob doesn't give a shit. He goes ballistic running after Cody, and he gets counted out. And then he goes back to I didn't get. You go, and now that's how you set up the triple threat. Some long line. Let creative dot the I's and cross the T's. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yes, don't make it exactly how you did it last year.
No, doesn't have to say exactly how I said. Yes,
but yes, I mean, well. The vignette. I mean, yes, don't do that. But because Jacob's not in the match. That's the thing.
No, it doesn't have to happen in the chamber. I'm talking about after the chamber.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
after the Elimination Chamber's done, we know Cody won. Whoa, all that stupid shit. But then you have the world title match. During the middle of the world title match, the video footage plays.
Okay, I got you.
And in that video footage done on purpose, where it is Sammy being a prick, stirring the shit up, and he puts, and it's Cody. The video unveils it's Cody Rhodes that caused that mishap for Jacob Fatu. And Jacob is so distraught at that title match, he leaves the match going hell bent after Cody. Referee could count out, no contest, whatever. People in Chicago will be booing. But who gives a shit? Is because now that's the only way you could set up a triple threat.
I agree.
Or, right. For those. I'm just spitballing. I'm just throwing it out there. It doesn't have to be exactly to the T. It could be far-fetched, bully. It could be far-fetched.
No, you know that said that.
Of course, I know that. That's why I said bully to you.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Yeah.
It could be far-fetched, but it's something along the lines where you got to try to make a little sense creative with it. How do you invest? Because we're trying to act. How the hell did they get to a triple threat? How did they get to a triple threat? Where then on Friday Night SmackDown, Fatu is livid, wants a piece of Cody. And then they go, no, Cody, I can't. Remember what Pierce said to Punk? I can't have you ruining the main event for WrestleMania. So, and that's now this says the same thing. Well, I want Cody. Put me in that. You know what? And he gets his way into that match, and you settle a triple threat where McIntyre says, I don't care who you put. I'll take them all on, some type of deal, right? You can't touch my lucky charm, some shit like this, where they sets up the freaking triple threat. And that's triple threat box office that they need to move tickets. Cody, Fatu, and McIntyre for the Undisputed World title. And if you tell the right story where it's intriguing with cliffhangers and oohs and ahs, people will buy. But they have to tell the story, though. They have to make that at the chamber, tell that story with that. I hope they something along the lines. I would love to see that. That would be something intriguing because we know Cody's going to win, but you got to make it special. Unless if we're getting Randy and Cody, which I don't think we're getting that for those two in the chamber for some reason. Because then who wins the chamber? Because we still got people. We got Orton, we got Knight, and that's it. And Cody got 3. We still need 3 more. We're pretty sure Trick Williams is gonna because he said he's gonna have a qualifying match next week on SmackDown. I'm pretty sure whoever he goes up, Trick is going to be in the chamber because you want that capacity crowd in Chicago all chanting "Whoop that Trick." You want to put a superstar over it. Look what the chamber did for Tiffany Stratton. If Tiffany Stratton doesn't get in that chamber, I don't think she gets that major over in Australia or to the run that she is currently right now. Because she came out to Australia and everybody loved Tiffany Stratton, and she was just green called up to the main roster from NXT. So you sometimes it's okay to put some of these young talents in there. Obafemi, imagine Obafemi in the chamber, but then you have to get him pinned. That's a problem. Unless him and Brock go bananas. And then how are you going to qualify with Brock? Because I believe Brock Lesnar has been announced to be on a couple of Raws here in February, and as well as Roman in March. So they're going to bring the heavy hitters out. can they make the writing compel with this story with these people? I don't know, Chris, because we're getting Finn Balor and Punk, where everybody and their mother knows that Finn Balor isn't winning this title.
Right.
Can they make it make sense? Where how Finn?
I mean, they kind of already did, because I gave you a world title shot in your yard or whatever. Now you get in mine. Like, they kind of already did that. It just,
but the finish. Well, you don't feel Finn Balor is a geek, or
I don't know, because I still stand by this. I don't know how I could even, like, I think he's not a geek either way, but it's like, you're there to give Punk a match in his hometown, because
correct.
I don't know. If Roman announced, I still think Roman should have waited until the Monday after the Chamber to pick Punk or the winner of the match, so the match is at least less predictable. Because now that it's already being marketed, Roman Reigns, CM Punk, they're not gonna go away from that main event. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how Finn Balor could lose. There might be one. You have Dominic out there.
Exactly.
And then the international. Holy fuck. Too many championships. I start with the N-I-N. Intercontinental champion. Dominic Mysterio comes out there. Boom, boom, boom. But my thing is, there should have been animosity. Well, there kind of is, but there should have been more animosity between Finn and Dom before.
You got 3 weeks. You got 3 weeks still.
Oh,
you got 2 or 3 weeks. You still got time.
February is a short month. How much time we got?
We got 2 weeks, 3.
Okay. Well, then yeah. I thought the Elimination Chamber was next.
The 28th. Two Saturdays from now.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah. I mean, never mind. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. They got time then. I think they do on Monday. They could build something up where now
start the seeds.
Yeah, start the seeds. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was getting my dates mixed up.
I
thought we were in the week before.
But knowing this safe creative, do we have faith?
That's what I'm scared.
There you go.
Said it right there. That's why I don't. That's why I say he's not a geek either way. I just don't know how. Everything you guys hear me say, I don't know, is because what Kev just said there. They like to play shit too safe. I don't know how they could do that when we know this is what they're gonna do.
Because the real matchup here is Finn Balor versus Dominic Mysterio for the Intercontinental Champion at WrestleMania. I think, where we have a Liv Morgan torn, or Roxanne Perez, whoever, torn here with some storylines here where, this is where we need going into WrestleMania. But how does Punk win this match? Dominic Mysterio tries to throw the title in for Finn to use, and Punk intercepts it or something, or Finn Balor holds Punk to try to hit him with the title, and he hits Finn by mistake, and then he gets GTS, and then I don't know, something along those lines.
Yeah.
I don't, that's the way, and that protects Finn Balor. Finn Balor's, everybody wants him to go babyface anyway because they love what we saw against Punk at Belfast. So everyone was excited with it. Why not start that build along the road for that? We'll break down the Elimination Chamber. We're spitballing all the qualifiers and where WWE is going from here and there. For the women, Tiffany Stratton advanced. Now it looks like the better decision now that Chelsea Green's ankle is in a walking boot. I don't know if it's broken, sprain, bruise. She's not medically, she'll probably be medically cleared by WrestleMania probably, but still, but maybe not the Elimination Chamber. So they did the right decision for now, short term, or for Tiffany Stratton to go to the Chamber. One thing, note again, the Selena Vega, Julia, and Alexa Bliss Elimination Chamber match. What does Julia have to do to get an opportunity to get? She should have been in the Elimination Chamber. We just finished talking about how the Elimination Chamber helped Tiffany Stratton get over with the crowd. You put Alexa Bliss back in there, ¿pa qué? She's in the tag team
with the crowd.
I get it.
Because what you just said, she's over shit with the crowd.
Then I would have questioned her in a different qualifier. Julia should have had another instead of Alexa. Someone else that wasn't going to qualify. That would have been great for Chelsea to be in there, and Julia, or your former United States Women's Champion, to qualify for the Chamber. You could have had all that. You could have had Julia, former or current U.S. champion. Chelsea Green, your former champion, and so is Selena Vega. All three to qualify to get elevated, opportunity to go to the Elimination Chamber, and then you could have Alexa Bliss last week. Or, but then I don't know. They pigeon forged themselves in a hole because the storyline is Alexa and Charlotte. What's going on with that breakup, or what? If not, it's I don't know. That's one of the storylines that I am totally fogged up. I don't know where they're going with it. It's like, what are we doing here? This love stuff. Who else have qualified on the women's side for Raw? I know it was Ivy Niles had a good match there, but she didn't qualify normally. As I've looked for, it's a lot of wrestling. Oh, forget about that. Here's something that I wanted to talk to. This is not working, ladies and gentlemen. AJ Lee.
I wanted to talk about that before we wrapped up, so thank you.
Give you the floors. Go first.
Oh, okay. No.
Yes.
Okay. No, because that's something that I was waiting till we kind of finished the chamber talk to kind of get into. That promo, dude, Monday was dry. That was drier than a well done steak. I mean, it would that steak that Mercedes ate on Dynamite.
Yes.
That was. My thing is this: it hurts when AJ Lee isn't here for months. It hurts that we don't consistently see anything from her when she came back for the WrestlePalooza. Like, I like Becky as this heel. It's starting to come off a bit cringy, a bit silly, and the sports illustrated that's starting to get a little annoying. First off, second, it's confusing because we know AJ is Chicago, right? Because of Punk, even though she's from New Jersey, but she's advertised on the freaking billboards with Punk because they're both Chicago. So let's just say that AJ's a Chicago girl, right? She basically is. They're not going to set this match up for that. This is a WrestleMania match that they're going to do. Now, could they have something? I still think that Maxine and I think we get Natalya and Becky at the Chamber. And maybe see, my thing is you want to have this for the match or the title for their match, but I don't understand where it's going in long story short, because you have AJ who's not here for a while. Now you have Natty that's in the mix, and then I still don't think I think Maxine, it could be done, but we know they could still run that back because there's still story there. So I don't know where they're going with these four. I think the ultimate goal is obviously AJ and Becky. But first off, her coming out there and saying, well, I caused you this, I caused you that. It was all bullshit because Becky won the title back. All you did was cause her the match at Palooza. Like, okay, whatever. Like, you haven't been here enough to really make Becky's life the quote unquote hell that she claims. So I didn't believe AJ's segment promo off just that alone. But I don't know. My only thing is, do you have them compete at the Chamber, meaning them being Natty and Becky, and some way somehow AJ and her, that's how you get her on? Like, I don't know where they're gonna go with this. I just know the end game is going to be AJ and Becky at Mania.
First and foremost, I'm not like AJ coming out talking to people like they're special needs, like they're Riri. Well, like, did you talk to us like a normal person? Do you talk like she's talking to special needs people? Like, why? Just have a normal. The ladies didn't feel like, both of them felt like they're not having a normal conversation.
I agree.
It's like, it's like, oh my God. It was crazy. It was cringe. It was like, my goodness. I want to see, she's got to be more involved. They're going to put her on the cover of Elimination Chamber. Elimination Chamber is not going to be that deep. It's going to be 2 Elimination Chamber matches, the world, and 2 title matches. They're going to get 4 or 5 match card.
That's why I hesitate on even saying that. But how do you get her on if she's promoted?
No, AJ's taking. It's going to be AJ versus for the Intercontinental against Becky. That's already announced. Drew McIntyre. No, Punk. That's 2. Punk versus Finn. And then the 2 elimination, there's 4. That's it. Those are advertised 4 matches so far. Only that's it. Because the Elimination Chamber itself, they're going to take quite some time. Remember, there's 6 competitors. We're about almost 45 to an hour per match. If the Elimination Chamber, I don't think they're at another. They might add 1 more, maybe. That's it. 5 matches tops.
Oh my God! They did make that match official. Why?
Yeah, they did. She said it on Monday Night Raw. She's
I
going to
missed it. I must have missed it.
She
Or
said
I
she's
must
going to
have.
wrestle for the Intercontinental title. And then Becky gave it to her freely. Oh, you want Intercontinental? I'll give it. It was like, really? And I had a whole disconnect with that because you talked to us. We talked a big storyline of Natalia being Natty. She's this badass. Natalia don't take elevates. Natty decimates. She goes, takes on Maxine Dupree, beats her ass in a sharpshooter, and then AJ comes and she just releases it and leaves. I wanted to see Maxine go on a stretcher. I needed Maxine to go, and I always say this, and I'm going to say it again. I said in the watch, so I'm going to repeat myself a lot. I wanted to see Maxine taken out the way Ricky Steamboat was taken out by the Macho Man before they had their WrestleMania 3 matchup, where you felt that sympathy for that uber super baby face, where Ricky Steamboat lost his ability to speak. I don't have to say Maxine has to lose her ability to walk, but kind of a knee-threatening injury or an ankle injury because she was put in that sharpshooter or before ending that sharpshooter, she was nailed with her ankles or her knees with some chairs or on the stairs, something. Then she slaps that sharpshooter on where she's got to be taken in the, and then when they were trying to take Maxine back, Becky attacks AJ Lee because AJ Lee comes out to help. Becky attacks AJ Lee, beats her up badly, where now Maxine is becoming the crutch to help AJ back to the locker room. I was like, why? So that means the beatdown, the ass kicking that Natty gave her wasn't enough? Wasn't enough to hurt her because she's going to be now, oh, lean on me, AJ, which is a nice, cute little message, but that's not what. So what does that make Natty, this decimate? Nothing. She looked like she went out there to tickle her. It didn't feel, I'm like, oh, come on. Not a good start for Natty. I want Natty to fucking send people in stretchers back right now because she's been waiting. We've been waiting, what, 5 years for her to get some TV time for Natalia?
Mm-hmm.
Natty? That's that. You want to talk about first impression of a Natty character? Stretcher. And that right there, I was so totally lost or disconnected immediately on that point of view. It's just me. It's like, what do we?
No, I agree.
It's just like, yeah, we find out what happens with that saga with AJ Lee, Maxine Dupree, Natty, and Becky Lynch going for it. This now is another thing that I'm asking. I hope it goes to a complete halt. I know we have to wait until WrestleMania, unfortunately, the Americanos. I love Kaiser's role as the Americano, but I want this Chad Gable stuff to go away already. I don't want Kaiser to drop the mask because he's super over in Mexico. I love everything that he brings. Although I could do without Rayo and Beta, whatever those two, Sunshine and Ray, I could do without them, but still, I like the Kaiser Americano, but I don't like the Kaiser. I don't like the Chad Gable one. I can't wait for that to end.
Look, if them being in Mexico over in Mexico, Kaiser being over in Mexico is the only reason why I will say to keep it going. But in reality, I think it's all I'm kind of over it. But he is over shit in the AAA, so obviously keep it there, and he does speak the language, so I don't hate it. I don't care if they keep going with it. I'm not gonna they keep going with it. No, it's fine if they do. I don't want to see a Chad Gable or El Grande versus El Grande. I don't. It reminds me of Sin Cara Black versus Blue, and that's
you made a good point.
I don't want to see that. I'm sorry.
And that's
gonna be my piss break match during WrestleMania.
Another one, Chris. This Masked Man. When do you want this revealed? It has to be already. I like one of those long-term waiting, but you're doing this redundantly.
They already did that. That's my problem. They did that with Theory. They should have done this the Raw after the Chamber. It's look. I've heard a lot.
Is it going to happen? Where do you think it's going to reveal? Better yet, the better question. In the Chamber?
I mean, probably. I think, or I can't go past that. They don't really. Do they have a big Monday Night Raw? Maybe the Monday Night Raw before.
Okay,
but it can't go past the Chamber. No.
Now, a lot of people want to say that person that gets revealed has to be a big wow factor. If it's Grayson Waller,
no, it needs to be someone that makes sense to the Vision storyline.
Waller doesn't make. I'm not advocating for Waller. Again, I love him. But I'm not advocating. But even if it was Grayson Waller, there is story there. It's not the greatest. It's not the greatest. It's not the sexiest. It's very, very. I'm gonna be honest with you. I love Grayson, but if it's Waller, he hates Theory. If you look at some of his comments when they asked him about when they were tag team, he did bury them when he was with the New Day. Talked about him on camera. So there is crumbs, and he's mentioned that. It's not like they're burying the lead. They have talked about it. If it's Theory, if it's Waller going after Theory, it kind of make a little sense. But it's not. It's not. But it's not. It's a freaking. It feels like it's a bunt single instead of a fucking home run, or you got hit by a pitch. You know, if you're talking baseball term, then hitting a freaking double or a home run out of the park. You know, it's nothing sexy, but you got on base on balls or hit by pitch. In my opinion, it's not. They need something for the road to WrestleMania. They need something spicy. But maybe they want to. I don't know if they're holding Cody, turning that, attacking Jacob Fatu. They don't want nothing more spicy because it's going to take away from the Cody Rhodes spiciness. If it makes sense, they don't. Sometimes they're afraid, like, we don't want to have too much moments because it takes away from this and this. But we want this to be more spicier, and then nothing is spicy. They all just give you nothing.
They need the whole thing to be.
They give you nothing but a bland. They give you but a bland dish of wrestling instead of, you know what? If the whole fucking thing is spicy, who cares? It's a spicy dish. Go for it. WWE wants to play it safe to the taste palates and be bland, because they don't want a little too much flavor or too much spices, because they're afraid that the crowd can't handle it. And that's the problem with wrestling here. Where Monday Night Raw felt bland. There was no spice. There was no. They tried to spice it, but they kind of used the wrong pep. They used black pepper instead of something that, you know, some real cayenne, something to really kick it up a notch. And it just feels like I don't know. Salt and pepper's not cutting it. They need to put some adobo. They need to put some seasoning. They need to put some sazon. They need to, you know, they're not doing none of that stuff when it comes to this Monday Night Raw. Let's wrap up SmackDown. I want to give credit to this match. I know people didn't really like it. Jade Cargill versus Jordynne Grace. There was a time when I thought Jordynne Grace might have become champion. Good match. One of the best matches for Jade Cargill in this title run and in the main roster was Jordynne Grace. Going over without not going over. I was surprised seeing Dominic, Liv, Raquel at ringside. That was something surprising. I saw them come out. I was very surprised on that. They were having a chicken tender dinner. And boy, talk about Jericho reference. Dominic Mysterio has a bottle of champagne with his own label on it.
Oh,
Elise Champagne. And I have 2 bottles of Chris Jericho champagne. I've showed you this many times on camera.
Yes.
I have 2 bottles of Le Champagne in my house. I want to one day get it signed by Chris Jericho. Now, here's the ugly. Selena Vega.
Where this is going. Yep, there it is.
Selena Vega. We were talking about it off air. I'm having a hard time connecting with this character she is. I know she does a lot of cosplay, do different things in that dark realm. I need her to be the Fiery Temple Latina. Not the crybaby one that we saw with the LWO. It just, I can't connect with her. I think she's playing, you know, it's cosplay within cosplay of a wrestling, and it just, I just don't want my fellow Boricua to get released. Whoa. And she's not resonating. She's not, she messed up on a Code Red or Sunset Flip Powerbomb type of deals. And that's not the first time. A Rhea Ripley match, it was a little, wonky. We need that TNA Thea, that TNA Selena that we've seen and wrestled and all so forth. I don't know, Chris. I'm worried about her.
I mean, she hasn't been doing anything for years, so I mean, it doesn't affect me, honestly. I obviously don't want to see her go, but because she does have something as a manager, and she's not a good nor terrible pro wrestler, but I don't know. She doesn't do anything for me, dude. The only thing she really felt special was Andrade.
And the event in Puerto Rico when she came out with the flag,
that was cool.
Awesome.
That was awesome. Cool, and she didn't feel anything. Yeah, she didn't feel special anything after that. That was cool. That was great for a moment for her, and loved it. But they never capitalized on that. And I think a lot of people, even not just us who liked it because Puerto Rican, whatever. I think people even just they were like, okay, that's cool. Let's see where they can, and then they just never did. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't bother me if she gets released or not.
one thing that came out of Friday Night SmackDown, we had a new tag team forming called the Cater Bros. We had Apollo Crews and Matt Cardona. Look like they're the
No
catering
way.
bros. Yeah, whoa. We catering and you know it. They first it was supposed to be Carmelo Hayes taking on Ilya Dragunov for the I'm like, why? Are they really? And then it turned out to be a 10-man tag. The MFTs interfered. Next thing I know, because I was in the middle back and forth doing the watch along on that, and all of a sudden I see 10 men. I see the MFTs, all members of the MFTs. We saw Shinsuke Nakamura, the catering broskies between Apollo Crew and Matt Cardona, Ilya Dragunov, Carmelo Hayes. And I was like, oh, okay, we got something here. Back and forth, JC Mateo and all that good stuff. But Tama Tonga gets the pin on Carmelo Hayes, setting up possibly the United States title implication match.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. That was a good one there. It was a good one there that they wrestled back and forth. I was like, oh, what the hell? What in Survivor Series thing? Didn't we see this already? But no, it was a good one from watching it from afar. Not bad to and let me see. I know there was a promo or a poem backstage. I did not hear it, so I don't want to. I just wanted to bring it out to the light with Priest, R-Truth, or Obafemi and Kit Wilson type of deal. Kit Wilson. I wanted to give that honorable mentions, and other than that, that was Ray Phoenix versus Trick Williams. Trick Williams get the victory. That's the second time these two wrestle. Look, Ray Phoenix is on television. He's wrestling. He's not buried. Buried is the Apollo Crew, and you're not seeing, only watching the base. He's actually in the ring taking pins. He's working, where you're now feeling sympathy for Ray Phoenix for losing. He's not going to beat Trick Williams, your 2-time NXT champion and your TNA champion, Chris. It's just, it wasn't going to happen.
I agree.
It wasn't going to happen. Man, let's go. Now, let's wrap this up. Anything? Oh, this is something I wanted to talk about because I don't want to leave this buried asleep. Brody King, the anti-ice. We were talking some All Elite Wrestling. Do you have any thoughts on that? Who pulled the plug? Meltzer looks like a total liar because he said Warner Brothers above. But then today we find out that Warner Brothers has a minority stake in AEW. So could Meltzer, do the IWC owe Meltzer an apology?
Well, yeah, I'll say this about that part because the whole ice thing itself, I don't really, I'm not a political podcaster, so I don't really, know.
I totally agree. I don't want to dial on that either.
But
we'll leave that for Misfit Nation. Check out Misfit Nation.
Shout out to Misfit Nation. Those guys, they would probably do a good job. I might even ask Krishan when next time they're live. I even might go in their chat. I'm like, yo, did you see this? Like, what do you think about? I even might ask Krishan on their show. Shout out to, I think it's co-host Skrilla too. Shout out to those guys. But anyway, first off, I can't believe it really took 6 years for people to realize that. I could have told you guys this from day one, that Warner Brothers had a minority stake in AEW. Does Dave Meltzer owe an apology? No, because Dave Meltzer is still that guy that he will say what is, I don't believe he gets told the full truth from like Tony and anybody else. And I feel like he puts a spin on it to make it better than what it is. Now, if he has been saying for a while, Warner Brothers has am I correct? He has been saying for a while that they do, which, I'm not going to say he's wrong in everything, but he doesn't take accountability when he's wrong. And when he's right, he's the first one to say he's right. I mean, that's dirt sheet 101 for you, but I don't know. The whole anti-ice thing at the end of the day, I think was obviously a Warner Brothers call, in my opinion, because I don't know Tony's political views. I don't know where he stands. I don't know any of that. I know where some of his talents stand, and I don't know how Warner Brothers stands. So I don't know, but I maybe Warner Brothers feels opposite. Maybe if I don't really know, but I don't think Tony's the type of guy that unless it's really, really causing him like the backlash. I don't think he's really gonna say anything because he's very open with stuff like that. I mean, we saw Punk going out there and wearing, you know, the trans whatever during the whole election thing where they were like, you know, women's choice rights. Like they didn't Warner Brothers didn't pull him there.
That's
Kenny
true.
Omega is always doing that stuff too. They didn't. So like, my thing is this: one, do they pick and choose? Two, is this a problem now because of actually like back then? This wasn't a whole thing, like with ICE and all this stuff. Like this was 2021, 2022. Like this wasn't like I genuinely don't know. Maybe things change, but it to me, I don't feel like Tony's the type of guy to be like, hey, don't do like I feel like he would just, you know, if that's what you believe in, that's what you stand for, go for it. Like I don't know, but you know, maybe the network said something. I don't know. It's a hard thing to tackle.
It's a tough one because we're not gonna, you know, this is what we see because there's two sides or they're talk from both sides of their face because, like you said about Punk, with the trans at that time with the trans kids flag, putting the flag and all that. That's the way they feel their expression. For the Warner Brothers Discovery, maybe they want a certain merger to happen and they don't want because they have to wait on the federal government to persuade and they don't want that tied up or logistic wise. So taking this guy that says F ICE isn't really the great PR movement for, you know, they want the sale to go, this merger. They don't want nothing holding up, you know, which if the the federal government is looking at what a wrestler has to say, I mean, that's kind of dumb, but I am.
If
but,
you
you know,
look, the best thing I could say to me, because again, I don't really know, like without like getting real political,
right, because we're gonna piss everybody off or either side of the show.
Right. So I'm actually gonna give a shout out to somebody who's been writing in the Rumble chat for the stream. Go watch Marie Shadows. Thank you for being in our chat, supporting. She says the federal government doesn't care. I've talked about it. She actually did do a video on her Rumble.
And we have to check on that. Yes,
and
Marie Shadows.
Yes, and she did a whole thing about talking about like and she got political too. So I'm actually going to go check that out to maybe get a little more.
And I'm going to retweet it and re-put it.
Yes.
So we're going to make that out there for her.
Right. So I go check out Marie Shadows on Rumble. She breaks it down. She did a whole. I didn't see it, but she did post it. I tried to repost it, and it looks like she actually went into depth about it. So she can be a little more educated about it than I can. But all I can say is, from just watching it, it kind of feels like they're picking and choosing. I don't know.
I could see that. I could see where you could think that, and there's been reports that Shad Khan has contributed to the Trump organization in political campaigning. So
see, I don't know that.
So it doesn't matter, This is why my thing of it. I said this many times. I watch professional wrestling to get to escape that I'm behind on my mortgage, behind on my light bill, behind on my bills. The lack of work here in Central Florida. I go to wrestling to escape, to get into that world and focus on the storytelling that these men and women, the art form that is professional wrestling. I want to be oohs and ahs. I don't care, one, who you sleep with, if it's male, female, or whatever, or what beliefs you are. Just tell me good versus evil. Tell me a story in the match to get me to want to buy tickets to see you guys perform your art form in professional wrestling. That's the way I feel. That's the way I want to be entertained here in 2025, 2026, and beyond when it comes to the art form of professional wrestling. That's why I've been watching it for 40 years. I like the bad versus heel versus face. In the 80s, yes, there was a lot of patriotism. Hogan, Iran, or USA versus Russia versus Iraq, Iran, so forth. Yeah, I get it. Maybe that's, I don't know. Did they keep them off of TV for that reason?
Maybe.
There's the problem when it comes for a certain company, their history or their past signals them that they don't get the benefit of the doubt. We just talked about Statlander.
Well, my thing is like, I don't.
It's interesting with Brody King. I don't, because the thing is, like, AEW, like, it made national news.
Yes.
So it's like they don't get that often. You know what the last time they made national headline was? When Juice Robinson threw a pack of quarters at MJF. That was the last time AEW got the big TMZ mainstream news. It was like a Jewish joke. Like, so like
or Juice
Juice
Robinson with the quarters.
went out with the quarters on MJF. So like this doesn't help them. Every time they've gotten on TMZ or any of the big outlets, like Marie Shadows literally in the chat just said right now, they've made national news for all the wrong reasons. Because mainstream media does not care about wrestling. It's the other way. It's another way to divide us all. That's what she says in the chat right now.
Yeah.
Kind of agree with her.
Yeah, I agree with it.
I kind of agree with her. They make national news for the wrong reasons. So am I surprised? No, because this isn't the first time they made national news for political inputs like that. So I mean, or anything political or jokes, whatever. That's not the first time they've made national news because that. And Maurice, she's right. The mainstream media does not care about wrestling.
No.
So they're gonna wrestling companies chance ice at like that's what the headline's gonna be. And then automatically it's going to, like she literally says, it is another way to divide. Because Marie Shadows, you are so right. Because now that we think about it, we're already divided as wrestling fans.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you're anti-AEW, like, that's why I respect sometimes like the guys like the Aarons. Like I can understand why sometimes, because we're so divided in like wrestling. This is another way to divide wrestling fans because of their political views.
Absolutely.
That's why I don't like it. That's why they're pulled out of. That's probably why they were like, not probably why, but like that's what I get out of it too. The fans are already so divided because the sickos or the WWE diehards. Like we're already so much divided as wrestling fans. This will make it worse, especially. And I think if Brody King comes back on TV, that's why. Because think about it. You don't think if Brody King goes to like, bro, they're going to freaking LA. For Revolution. You don't think if Brody King shows out there, the entire crypto arena is gonna? They're California, like
a sanctuary city,
right? That's as far as I'll go with that. But like that's what I mean. Like they're going to keep chanting that in cities that support that. So it is going to be a problem long term, and it's going to divide the fan base, wrestling fans, even more. And it's going, like Marie Shadow says, it's going to make national news for the wrong reasons even more. That's why you don't put him back on TV, unfortunately, for a little bit.
Oof, that sucks. He has so much momentum.
I hate to say it, and he does. He does, but we're in a time now where you say anything like that, you either lose half your fan base or gain half your fan base. You can't. It's just with him. Now I wouldn't be surprised if people turn on him. If you're crazy about politics like that. There are probably people that turn on him. We've seen the proof with Omega and Punk. After they did that, it made national. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I hate that they do stuff like that. And look, WWE already get like. Let's really get into this for a little bit because I'm not gonna get like specific with the political stuff. But let's say it's for a second. WWE is already heavily involved with the Trump administration.
Yes, like Linda McMahon is there.
That's already providing the wrestling fan base already enough.
Mm-hmm.
No, not Linda. Triple H is
Levesque. Levesque is the head of fitness, right, or something on that program.
No, exactly right there. He's the head of fitness for the Trump administration. So they're already getting that's one. We're already divided as wrestling fans for which company we ride or die for.
Right.
Obviously, if you're a Trump guy, WWE, if you're not, you hate him for that reason. Like it feels like they're always going against each other too. Like maybe AEW feels like WWE is getting more into the MAGAs of the world. Let's try to get our way. Let's be opposite and let's try to get their fans that are getting away from WWE because of that to AEW. Like there's so many ways why this thing is, excuse my language, fucked up. It goes beyond, it's politics, wrestling companies at war, dividing fan bases. Like this whole situation, when you really think about it, is fucked.
Price gouging.
Right. Like, yeah. I mean, it really, like, that is going, like, again, it's when I say it's effed, because that's just another reason for people to hate on AEW more than they do. And the same thing with WWE. Like, that's for them, more people to leave and stop watching the product, besides the ticket prices and the business stuff. And that's just, it gives them a reason. So it's like, I don't, okay, he's not the head. He's just a head figure, like the face. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know. Like those three reasons, it makes the situation kind of hard. And especially that Brody King's on because MJF's fine. And, he's good. He's, I mean, he's done more stuff that won't get him canceled. So the thing with Brody King is he's not, I don't know, man. It's tricky, but without getting too into it. But this could, long story short, I believe this could hurt Brody King and will.
So you won't see him for quite some time, out of sight, out of mind.
What choice does Tony have? Especially if this is a Warner Brothers choice and they have a majority of this or minor stake. What choice does he have? As much as anybody could advocate, as much as we, the fans, would say anything, what can he do? He has to play nice with these guys. He has to play nice with the network. Not just now that the public now knows that they're not just owned by themselves, right? Not just because of that, but they're also not in the position to know that, they don't know what their future is after this year. Like, they have to play nice with these guys, bro. That's why they got rid of Trey Miguel. They have to play nice with these guys. The whole thing just confirms to me why I believe more than ever that it was a Warner Brothers call that was the reason why Trey Miguel's not there.
Fair. Because I was having doubts with that.
I've been saying it since day one, and this confirms it for me.
Yeah. I had doubts. I had doubts with the Trey Miguel situation. It's not Tony Khan, MJF didn't want him.
No, because he wanted that, and Tony wanted him there. He signed him. So if that was a problem, I feel like it would have been established before. The contract was signed. Tony wanted him, and he wanted to use him that same Saturday. Now again, who brought it up to the higher ups? That's up for discussion. That's where you could be right. Who brought it, not necessarily to Tony, but who brought it up to the higher ups? Because maybe he knows that Tony is not going to do anything. That part you could be right. I still now more than ever believe that this was a Warner Brothers call to get Trey Miguel off and to get Brody King out of here because of all this stuff that's going to happen or could happen.
So you think he's done? You think he's done with AEW? Period, or you think?
I don't know about that. I think that might be a little bit far fetching. But again, now that it's, I don't know, because I want to say yes, but no, because that seems a little bit extreme. Until maybe things, I don't know if it's going to cool down. I don't know. I do not know. I think it'd be stupid not to. And then it's not fair to him because, again, at the end of the day, I thought this was a free country. So he maybe the rule, what's it called? The rule, the NCA and NDA, or the people that are in charge of what you can air on TV.
FCC, the FCC.
Maybe they don't want that. Like, I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know. It's a tough one. I don't know. I have no idea if it's gonna a couple weeks, couple months. Maybe he gets the Jamie Ader treatment, not come back for a year. I don't know. But I hope it's not. I genuinely hope it's not, because again, it's not fair to him. If you want to take him off for a few weeks, I understand that. But it's not fair to remove him totally. And again, I don't think Tony wants to do that. So I don't know. I think we're gonna have to wait to see how this plays out in the next couple of weeks. And again, if we don't see Brody King in the next couple of weeks, I'm obviously gonna talk about that on Wednesday nights. But I'm lost. That scared me for the future.
And let me ask this: should there be guidelines now, standards and guidelines after this with all the wrestling companies? What to stay? It's which bullet points? Which I hate to say it, we're gonna have to ask that question now on all the major companies that have television deals. Bullet points of what to go to, not to go to. Because look, back in the '90s, I felt uncomfortable when they did the whole Ministry of Darkness with Undertaker. They pretty literally
Yeah.
put that was cringe, putting someone on a cross and hanging them and all that, all that different things. And there was a lot of things where wrestling really tell the lines where it was like, ooh, this is just a guy standing, something that's happening around the world. It's a tough one. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression, of freedom of speech doesn't mean that you really have the liberties to do whatever you feel like it. There's guidelines and standards of your freedom of speech, which happen on Wednesday nights. In this case.
Yeah, I agree, man. I kind of, Marie says, there should be standards and bullet points, just common sense stuff, which
Absolutely.
you're right on that, Marie. You're 100%. Just don't start at problems with divisive stuff for an entertainment show. I agree. That's what she says. Don't start problems with the, because I agree. Because like I said to you, Kev, and you, Marie, which thank you for jumping in on here, because you talked about this, so you're kind of giving me new stuff as I'm talking about it. It's like we're so divided already as wrestling fans, and
we are, and as a society and humans.
Politics alone, this is worse. Like this is going to add that fire to that gas to the fire, in my opinion. So
I tend to agree, man.
I don't know, man. It's tough. And yo, did you heard about the fan?
What happened with the fan? No idea.
There was a fan, Marie Shadows. I need you to in the chat. I need you to
wait a minute. Why don't we ask Marie? Listen, do we have time? Do you have time to invite Marie on as a guest if she would like to?
She can. We'll see what she says. She can hear you.
Marie, if you would like to join, I'll send it to your DMs on Instagram on X to come and join us on the chat.
Okay, so she says that fan was a troll. Yeah, Senator.
All right, here we go. Yeah, let's do this. Definitely, we'll bring in Marie.
X DMs. Because I'm
your ex, yes.
Because I'm confused. Like she said, give me a second. But yeah, that's fine. I'm just confused. Like, because I saw a fan that posted a picture that he wore a Brody King like a ice shirt, and they told him he either had to flip it inside out, or he kicked him out, and they kicked him out, and he made a video in front of the venue and was like, they won't let me in because of my ice t-shirt, blah blah blah. Like, let me we got again, sorry for like
here's what we're going to do. We're going to hear from take another quick sponsor break. Hopefully we get Marie Shadows on, and then we'll reset a little bit. That's all we got. This is a good one. It's going to be a quick one. We're going to hear from our sponsor, Dude Wipes. It's a 30-second break, and we'll be right back.
This breakdown is brought to you by our partners, sponsored by Dude Wipes, who support independent wrestling media. If you enjoy smart analysis, live debate, watch-alongs, and interviews with community-driven coverage, take a second to support the channel, like the stream, subscribe, and share it with another wrestling fan. Every click helps us keep the conversation going and the lights on. This is the Sports Jedi Network. Now, let's get back to the action. Take it away, PGH Chris and Sports Jedi Kev.
All right, we're waiting for Marie Shadow to join us. Go ahead, Chris.
I'm sorry, I'm breaking news.
Breaking news.
I apologize. It's a collision spoiler, but it's literally what we're talking about right now.
Go for it.
AEW fans chant "fuck ice" at AEW Grand Slam Australia.
That's not going to go well, because now you're making an international incident.
There was a "fuck ice" chant from the crowd to the start of MJF versus Brody King tonight in Australia. Because remember, he's there. And I kind of did forget they're having that. They did have that match. Yes, he's in Australia right now, and it's in Australia, which they aren't. I don't know if they, why would, that's what I'm saying, bro. People are gonna chant this shit just to chant it.
because that's the cool
It's gonna
thing to
make
do.
AEW look horrible.
Yeah. Yes, we'll get Marie Shadows on, who is going to join us in a few seconds here. Hopefully she gets on. I send it to your DMs on X is where I should be there.
She said, "Give me a second in the chat."
All
But
right, we'll get her on because we want to have this conversation. This is what we want to do here on this channel. Have these debates, these conversations. And ladies and gentlemen, is going to join us on right now. We have Miss Marie Shadows. She's in commentary. Salute. Thank you for joining us, Marie. Appreciate your support. Love it.
1 second, hold on. I have way too much stuff. Okay, I can hear you guys. Just know that I can't have my camera on because my better half is sleeping.
No, you're good. We
Yeah.
hear you perfect.
All right, cool. So yeah, I'm still good, right? Because it says that my browser lost connection. Oh, never mind. Fuck
No,
that.
you're good. You're good.
All right, cool. So what do you want to know?
So what do you, okay, so you made a video about this. I
made several videos.
Right, and that's kind of why I wanted to kind of ask you about this real quick, because what do you think that this means for Brody King? Like, how is this, like I talked about, like right before we joined, like I'm worried that this could hurt AEW in the future. Like, what do you think?
Oh, yes.
What do you think, like, what do you just make of this whole thing?
So I had to catch up because I was just like, regularly the IWC are sometimes just toxic, and I really don't want to get into stupid drama at times. But from my understanding, Brody King has always been like F-Ice, always been against authority and stuff like that. And sometimes you have to question it because it's like, if you want women and children to be safe, you should at least allow people to just do their jobs and then go back home. You don't have to impede and interrupt them. And that's why we're in this decisive mess. Now that mainstream media has got a hold of the whole entire situation, they're going to weaponize it and basically see wrestlers are coming out of like left field and, Trump this and Trump that and blame it on one person rather than trying to take a step back and be like, wow, I don't think that was a good idea for like PR wise, because we know that people want to just use it against other people. So I'm going to agree with you, Chris, that this is going to, again, hurt AEW in the future, whether that's time for like negotiating new contracts, trying to get other wrestlers. And like, even if another wrestler speaks out, they may end up, being in catering because, they're not with the clicks that we know that AEW has. So it basically puts people either on notice to either fall in line or to continue to do what they do. And for Tony Khan not to have like the reins, so to speak, for this situation is really, really bad. And it shows that there's no leadership. Then again, how many times can we tell the IWC and who's listening? Every single time we talk about AEW, it's like, dude, you need leadership there.
You make good points because you could see from time to time and from crisis to crisis the lack of leadership from the top.
Yeah. And all of us here in this panel that's talking about this, we've had like, some really crappy ass 9-to-5 job, or somebody had like a corporate job, and you see it has to start from the top of like the standards, the vision, the direction. And if there's no vision, direction, any kind of leadership, even if you have to tell someone no, it's okay to tell someone no for like good reasons or even like good intent. If you don't have that, it falls apart. And then we're right back into AEW has this baggage. Also, I do also want to point out that now this can affect New Japan Pro Wrestling.
How so?
Because Japan itself is dealing with woke ideology as well, because Americans will go over there and start inserting woke ideology. And then also they have the immigrant problem, and they have their own crisis, and they are also, kicking people out of the country to make it more Japanese. But like the partnership, because whatever happens here with AEW is going to trickle over to New Japan Pro Wrestling. And as Japanese people, they are very traditional, and they're very in their ways. They're very like, even though they're loyal, they're still like men, women separated, we're going to do what we got to do. And then with something like this, management over there is probably looking at it like, I don't know how long we have to keep up this partnership. You don't make the other partners look bad, even if we are miles apart, oceans apart. Like, you don't do that shit. You guys are partners for a reason.
Make good points there on there. So you think that's going to sever that relationship with New Japan and All Elite Wrestling in the near future?
Listen, I have been praying to God that it happens. Every one of my streams, I'm like, you got to break away from AEW. I have been going a little extra hard on Twitter and also on my live streams to be like, hey, you guys got to sever it because look what's happening. Like, come on. I even say that MLW treats the New Japan stars that come over way better. And I have personal experience with that. So I'm like, guys, just get rid of the partnership.
So yeah, that collaboration seems to be talk about one-sided when it comes to the talent and the over. I know people like to compare it with TNA and AEW and WWE, but I don't know. There's a lot to get into that one to unpack.
There is,
but these we'll find out. Your thoughts on Brody King? Should he stay on AEW's roster, or do you agree with Chris? Take him off TV for a while and cool it off.
To be honest, a guy like him is not going to change his mind at all. He's not going to change his mind. I don't know if you guys know, but he does have his own merchandise line that's not part of the AEW shop. And his own merchandise line is super, super, super divisive. And whoever buys merchandise, that money goes to the families that are affected by ICE and all that kind of stuff. But he's not going to change his mind to understand why other people want the protection of ICE. And as long as they do their job, they could go home and you could still live your life until you're 100 years old. I don't think he's going to change. I would take him off of TV just because out of, I don't know why I want to say common sense or whatever, but I'll take him off until things cool down, see what happens, bring him back in slowly, build him up slowly. He's definitely not my favorite wrestler, but in talking about wrestling in general, just to be nice, you have to build him back up from the ground up, but keep him off TV. I don't think he's going to change.
No, I agree, and the main reason too, I just broke the news before you joined, and again, I apologize for any spoilers. You want to watch Grand Slam, but there was a F Ice chant tonight in Australia.
Yeah.
So
listen,
that's another reason why I feel like they should, because it's literally we see it's literally over, in another country. That's what I'm worried about too.
But I'll tell you this though, that because the other countries chant that, right? It is unfortunate to think about it this way, especially if people don't really know. It's almost the same way over here in the United States, where if someone is poor, they're going to pay attention to mainstream media, and mainstream media is going to cut up whatever they want, take stuff out of context, the same way that the IWC loves taking stuff out of context. So the mainstream media is going to do that 100%. And even in places like Australia and the UK, they get their United States information from people that want to take it out of context. And then this is why we have crowds that are hijacking the shows, because technically, if you go to a show and you're paying money for a ticket, you're wasting your time trying to hijack the show and make it about you and make it everything about being important, because you don't have anything else in your life to grab onto to be a productive member of your own society. So you have to try to create something to be important by chanting F ICE when you don't know the full story, and you're getting sound bites. You're getting twisted words. You're getting everything out of context because someone is finally doing what they're saying, whether you want to agree with it or not, or how fast or how slow it's going. Things are starting to change and things are starting to feel a little bit more better and secure. But how do you control sheep? You tell them what you want them to be afraid about. You prey on their fear. Listen, I'm so over it. I really am. I'm sorry. I'm so over it.
No, you're making great points there, because it becomes an international incident now, because they're in Australia where it's happening now. And it's like we it's bad enough we can't contain anything in our borders. Now you're enabling it to go across the borders, which is, it's a wrestling company, but you got people chanting against this administration or FICE. It's a tough one. It's a tough one because you could either way you're going to offend half of your audience, whether you're pro you or against you.
You are also with that fan, because you brought it up earlier in the channel.
Talk to me about that before
he's a troll. So I like to go down rabbit holes just because I'm like, I don't know why. It's one of the worst themes that I have. But according to the grapevine on Twitter, that fan is apparently a troll, whether he's on Twitter or he's on Facebook. And by the way, if you do see the video, you can tell that he's a troll in the community. So take it with a grain of salt or what he says.
Okay.
And then when you watch the video, he's like way too far from the stadium, because usually if someone gets kicked out of the stadium,
Kev, I'll show you the video when we go off air.
So basically, like when someone gets kicked out of a stadium or like a venue, you would do the video right there and then in front of the doors to be like, F this place, they kicked me out because of my shirt, blah, 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 blah. But then again, do not go to a venue with something so divisive, because the venue gets to tell you that you cannot wear this and you cannot come in. They have the authority to not serve you. However, I will say this though, that sometimes fans will come in with like a regular shirt and then they have a book bag and then they go to the bathroom and then they go change their shirt. And that's why, if anyone ever complains on Twitter saying that, oh, but I saw other fans there with, a divisive shirt, how can they let them in? Because they're smarter than you. They went to the bathroom, they changed their clothes, and they came right back out. And sometimes security is going to be like, fuck it,
No, it's happened. People are slick. That happens. That tends to happen to be slick here, because they can't control every person in a 5,000 plus seated arena. It's just impossible for the amount of staff and members. They'll go bananas, crazy. They're not going to check everything. They make you go through a metal detector, make sure that you don't have any arms or anything that's going to cause any harm or anything to a multitude of people. But a shirt made out of cotton, they're not going to figure that out right away. If you, like you said, you could double layers of shirt, you could discard one, take off it, and like you said, bathroom, take off the shirt, or now it's winter time in the United States, you have a jacket, a sweater, a fleece, whatever, and you can have that shirt underneath it. It's hard to police that.
Yeah. And by the way, like I never really wanted to become political. It's just that I really don't like when people take things either out of context, try to make other people fear stuff, when it's like, listen, the world is not all bad. Okay. We have a lot of bad people. We have a lot of good people. We have a lot of people in between. The more that you stay online, the more that you stay locked into like Twitter and scrolling and all that, it's going to fuck with you. And then that's an easier way for people to prey on you. And for someone like me that's been recently speaking up, you notice, I noticed basically, it's from my experience. I noticed that people just scatter away because they can't control what I say and what I think. And telling them real experiences that like I experienced out here in New York, it's like you guys blow up at the smallest things. But then when something is super huge that like is a really big issue that can affect all of us, it doesn't matter if it's Republican or Democrat. It could just be a policy. We should all be, talking about policies rather than parties. But for bigger issues, nobody wants to talk about it. Everyone wants to sweep it under the rug. But for something so small, it's like, oh my God, let's make it a big deal. And that is where like people got to realize that too in the wrestling community. The wrestling community does that shit. And I said that they want to do a purity contest every single time they want to do a purity contest. So Chris, if you're interested, on a cheap little plug, on my Patreon, I do something called Discord Notes, where it's all the shit that I say that's not wrestling related, just to give people a different perspective. Because what Twitter does and what Reddit does, they put everybody in a bubble that makes it seem like it's a utopia, that everyone is getting attacked by cops. Everyone is getting racially profiled, even though like they're not. Like shit happens, okay? Like you go up to somebody and you're like, wait, it happens. We're human, whatever. But they make it into a bubble. Like everyone is experiencing the same thing. And I have to come out to be like, No, let me tell you about this perspective. Let me, talk about this that happened like back in the 90s, but no one really said anything about this particular incident that works with this situation now. So I take a look at it from a different perspective rather than just being like talking points. No, I talk about policy. Yeah. Anybody is
I've
worth.
been checking out your Rumble too. So I'm definitely, I know you've been diving a little bit more on that. So I definitely want to catch up on that.
Everybody that's watching, you can see on display where you can follow her on X. You see it there.
Yeah.
You see where her credentials from the Square Circle podcast, her tape studies, her Discord notes, of course, former WWE freelance with MLW, and also
all that stuff.
So all her good stuff there. A friend of the program for how many? Like 2 years we know each other already, off and on.
Something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
All that good stuff.
Yeah, if you guys ever need me to be tag team support for the stuff that you may not want to say, I have really confided in myself that I don't give a fuck. Okay, sometimes we got to talk about some uncomfortable conversations just so that people can grow. All I want is people to have an open mind and not just be like, oh, I'm going to stay shut, because once their world comes down, they don't know what to do. It's a little bit more bigger than wrestling. I wish we didn't have to do this. I wish all of us right now could be like, oh my God, in kayfabe, hey, how can we book SmackDown? Hey guys, how can we, make TNA better? Oh, did you know this indie wrestler? I want to get back to that. But the moment that the IWC stops being idiots, like extreme idiots, it got some stuff got to get talked about, because the issue affects the industry as well too. And it's like, it shouldn't, it really shouldn't.
And one thing you mentioned that was really cool, that you said we're a lot of sheeps. There's a lot of parrots. When I mean parrots, one guy says something and everybody wants to do the parrot and copy and paste. And Wally wants the cracker. Wally wants a cracker. Wally wants a cracker. One guy says it, whoever, it has to be that one person who has, one big following. It has to be, and they're going to repeat that agenda and narrative. And that to me grinds my gear. I tell everyone, please be your own islands of relevancy. What I mean, your own islands, it comes from you in your heart, who you are, not because it's the popular or the safe thing to say like everyone else.
Oh yeah, man! Like, say that louder for the people in the back, man. Like, all three of us right here have like the best individual personalities. And like the hottest of hot takes, man, that like, every time that I tune in, I'm like either agreeing or laughing at like some of the shit you guys say, because like it just sounds funny whenever you're like, yeah, this didn't work out or whatever. But it's all like, it's all a good time. That's all we want in the wrestling community. Yeah.
Yeah, because we say this we want to be entertained and escape. I'm going through a shitload of problems. I want to escape. I don't need those problems bleeding into my professional wrestling.
Right. Yeah, man. That's why I also called it out too on New Japan Pro Wrestling, that on commentary they started to put in some woke shit during the women's match, and I was like, no, I'm not fucking having that shit, because first of all, like, I don't understand why people try to make women to be like everything in this box, to be like, oh, you could be strong, you could talk about whatever you want, but then also you're also being marginalized by men and all this shit. But however, you could open up an OnlyFans and you'll be okay. But hold on, wait, you can't talk about this, you can't do that. And so like they made it seem on commentary that like the Stardom women couldn't like really main event their own Tokyo Dome without like the guys, that like, New Japan had to help them, and they had these obstacles. And I was like, no, we're not gonna fucking do this shit, because the Stardom women are fantastic women wrestlers to like a degree. But if you want fairness with the women, they have to be fair too, just like the men and whatnot, And then I was just saying that, like, you can't say, oh, you can have an OnlyFans, but you still gotta play the victim. Like, no, we're not doing that shit. I'm tired of commentators inserting woke agendas for no fucking reason, when it's like, call the match, tell me kayfabe, tell me a story, make up something on the fly that like, oh, hey, I went to go interview this woman wrestler and, she told me to fuck off. How dare her? I want her to lose the match. Give me kayfabe. Stop telling me that I'm a fierce independent woman I could have OnlyFans, but I still got to say men fucking suck and they should go to like Mars or whatever. No, we all need each other. Like, dear wrestling, dear IWC, stop your fucking bullshit.
Hey, look, we even see it. Look, as content creators, no disrespect, we see that issues too. We could break things down and we could give you nuts and bolts strategies and this and that analysis. And sometimes we don't even get the views. The minute, and I get to hate to put this, either female that doesn't give you no clue, ditzy. They've been on treadmills working out doing a watch along. They end up getting more views and likes.
Oh my god!
I'm like, where's the substance? Where's the creative?
With this shit.
Did that
Where's the
happen?
creative?
Did you guys actually see that?
Dude,
Oh, hell yeah.
Shit.
you have no clue what we see.
Many times when they're working out, and this is what bothers me. If we categorize you ladies as a certain, like we were trying to break that stigma and that stereotype, then we get labeled a certain outcast.
Yes.
Where I've mentioned on my channel many times, we want to listen. We want to have an open interview with all the women independent wrestlers. You've seen our body of work. We want them to tell their stories on our channel. Again, I mentioned this and I'll say it again. I am 30 years married, over 40 plus years old. I don't need the side piece or the love affair. I want to hear what these women's stories, because I want to hear where they come from, what struggles and what obstacles they're fighting, and how they fell in love with this beautiful art that's wrestling. That's why I invite the independent wrestlers, the females and the males, to come on. Women, it's hard to go in the DMs and ask them to come on to our channel, especially for a male, because the defenses are up. You know that. There's a lot of creeps on the DMs. Yeah, we fight an uphill battle as content creators for male and while it feels the unbalance in the IWC, in my opinion.
Yes, you're totally right. By the way, since I was like listening to almost the whole entire show, I remember you saying that the girls that end up showing their boobs and whatnot, right? I was clapping while you were saying that, because I was like, yeah, that's totally right. Even if people don't want to have that conversation to an extent, these girls can wear like all the big push-up bras and like the low cuts and whatnot, and they'll get the viewers, and it is a thing. And then in my head, I was like, hey, maybe I should just be the background eye candy for your stream. Like, if I need to get a little like out there to be like, hey, you guys can get more views. I'll tag team in the back.
I have been very open about what that same thing. Like me and Kev, I can't tell you how many times we've talked about that off air. It's ridiculous because they're hoping for something to happen, pop something.
They're hoping a nipple pops out.
Like they're not
and
there.
They get excited for the 2 seconds that is shown on the camera.
Right, like they're not there to listen to them talk about pro wrestling or break
They're
there for the wrong reason. So I agree.
Listen, man, maybe on your background you should just have like a sexy women. Find a Google picture and put it there and just be like, we pray to our sexy women.
But we don't want that. We want to.
I know.
We want to elevate or celebrate the art form, not
because we interview a lot of women wrestlers. So
we do a lot.
I know.
A lot. So like,
what is it? 80% is all women wrestling that we interview.
Yeah, it is. It is. I know, but sometimes you gotta just throw out the joke out there. Some women will enjoy the joke and get in on it, and whatnot.
A lot will take it to heart.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, never mind. But I mean, I would find. Okay, listen, I'm the one woman. I'm the one exception that I'll find it funny and like I'll run the joke with you guys.
Well,
just know that.
Well, you don't really fall into the category of people that me and Kev have the problem with.
Yeah,
like you don't fall into that category. It's more. I mean, I'll name drop. It's the Wheezy Blondes. It's the Mini Portals. It's the fucking,
those two. Listen,
listen. It's some other people too.
Yeah. I don't worry. I saw the video of you basically watching the video.
Ridiculous, right?
Training.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? And then in my head, I was like, oh, some good hot takes. Like, I really like that. I agree. Like, yeah. Because I don't think this sport should be it should be taken seriously to an extent, but not just be like, oh my God, I'm such an influencer. Let me go try this out. Like the first time that I tried taking bumps, I was like, oh, this shit is not for me. And I automatically knew that. And then I did content creation.
I don't think I want to take a bump, and I'm willing to admit that because that shit looks like it hurts. Like I'm willing
Well,
to admit that. Like I'm not like again. I mean, I've never been into a ring. I've seen it up close because
Yeah,
Ricardo
yeah.
Rodriguez. He runs the school.
yeah.
He runs the school right down here in my city. So he when I go to the shows a lot, obviously I'm really, really close. And when I see those guys
Yeah.
slam, I'm just like, I don't know, man. I've been
I'll tell you this. When I first took my first couple of bumps, it didn't really hurt. It was sort of like just a botherance. However, I did hit my head twice, even though I tucked my head in. So basically, that was my wake up call to be like, nah, this is not for you. You need to have like a clear mind when you're taking bumps. You cannot overthink that shit because if you do, you get hurt. However, I will say learning to run the ropes is my favorite fucking thing ever. Running the ropes is my favorite thing.
looks fun.
So that's the only thing. Yeah, it is. It's good cardio. You end up getting, your little badge of honor on your arm of like running the ropes. So yeah, I had fun with that. That's about it.
No, I mean, if everyone wants to try it, who are we to say not to try it? If that's something that you ever want to do, that's no problem, But it's just a weird world. I hate the device. I hate the in a world where we want to not have sexism, but you pick and choose when to use the sexism. That bothers me.
Yeah. I hate that too, dude. I really do. That's why, like, sometimes I call it out if I need to. If it pertains to like wrestling and like woke stuff, like I'm over it. Like we should all be I wouldn't say equal, but we should all be unified because my strengths can sort of help whatever weaknesses you have if we're trying to help each other. You know what I mean? And vice versa. Like, I have no problem going up to a guy being like, hey, can you open this jar of pickles for me? Like, I have no shame. Like, if I need your strength to open this up, yeah, I'm going to ask you to open this shit up. I'm not doing it. But anything else, like, I'm there to help you. Like I do that in real life.
That's what makes the world go round. In my household, my wife is the better decision maker. I have no hesitant to say. I consult her. That's what she's the helpmate. I ask her. She's my soulmate, my helpmate. She's like, listen, I'm having. Give me some advice. It's perfect person is her. It's the same thing. Everyone has a purpose, and we, that's I get it. I understand.
However, we do have to also have in the back of our minds that on Twitter, everyone plays a character to a certain extent because it's way easier to live behind a character and think that you're this person when you're not. And as much as the internet has become more of a curse than sometimes a blessing, it has become way too out of hand. And eventually, who knows, but eventually, like, they're gonna put some restrictions on it because people are just some batshit crazy. I would like it for like a week, just for an experiment to just pull the plug on the internet and see how people react. And let them go outside, let them read and get like a reading above average. Let them do something.
They'll think of the apocalypse came already if that happens.
Listen, I'm 23, so I'm guilty. I might go a little crazy without my phone.
Damn, you're 23?
I am 23, yes.
You're the baby.
I am.
But he's wise. He's wise enough to be with someone older to listen to our experience and take it to heart and listen to what we have gone through and we hope that he doesn't commit the same mistakes that we did.
Hell no.
Yeah, that's why I like Chris. Yeah, that's why I like Chris.
No, I appreciate it. No, yeah, dude, I fuck with your shit too, dude. Like, I think you're not scared to. No, you're not. I think a lot of people are. Even I might be guilty of it myself. Like, I'm not guilty. I might be a little guilty of it myself. Like, I'm not afraid to admit it. Like, you say a lot of stuff. Maybe I'm scared to say on air sometimes. Like, but yeah, that's what I like the real authenticity. So I think everybody go check her out. She does a
thanks, man. I appreciate that.
One thing I've noticed
for this. Oh no, go ahead, Kev.
No, one thing I noticed about Twitter and in general in life, everybody's a contrarian. It could be outside, the sun is out, it's summer. It's too many clouds. It's too much clouds. It's partly cloudy. You want sunny as hell out there, or if it's great, or it's raining. Nah, it's a little too gray. There's always going to be a contrarian and a complaint, no matter what you do. I think that's what I think in life in general. I came to
man. Yep, that's totally right. I mean, even in our own families, you have people that do the same shit. You know, we all know that. We all know that. I do think that like over the years, I have become a lot more confident to just speak out. I know like all last year, I was in a liberal group chat that sort of like held me back, and then after shit fell through, which you guys can definitely listen to that podcast episode, because I explained it all. Because I have, it needed to be talked about. I was just like, fuck it. I'm going to be me and call people out on their shit if I need to, and just have a voice, because we have a platform and we can use it for good, evil, in between and whatnot. And you just speak what you got to speak. That's why I'm more now all in on Rumble, because YouTube silenced me the last time, and I was like, "What the fuck you guys are doing?" So I was multi-streaming, and then like towards the end of my show, it wanted to do a disconnect to reconnect, and then my chat was like, "Hey, we can't hear you." And I was like, I can't fix that, so it's Rumble for the win. And Rumble allows you to speak how you want to speak with all the confidence in the world. And you'll find your community, man. Because like a lot of people
Trust me,
have left.
I don't want to name drop who I actually listen to on Rumble, but I listen to the Rumble people.
Oh, it's all good. You could DM me with that. But yeah, you'll find your community. You'll find your people that like have the same, not really the same thoughts as you, but they'll push back, they'll challenge you to make you a better person. Especially in the content creation world, because most of the people are basically ass kissing. And we already know who it is. They either ass kissing for the access. And while I appreciate whatever access I get within the wrestling community and the wrestling industry, I don't want to disrespect anybody. That's why I keep my circle small when it comes to the wrestlers that I know. And I keep it small. I keep it professional. I'll joke with them here and there if I can. I'll ask questions, but I'm never going to be like, oh my God, breaking news. This person is going to sign with this company, because I'm not going to do that shit. They could tell the world. I'm not going to do it. I'll be like, congratulations in like a text message. But other than that, it's like, nah, I respect the industry too much, even though it is filled with carnies and darkness. But I appreciate the light that professional wrestling has. I really do.
I agree with you.
I agree too, dude. Kev, you know how many times we could have broken the news?
Oh my God, so many insights that I know. And
when it comes to NXT
and TNA, never.
All the TNA, all of the TNA talent we've interviewed, Santana, President Silva, Nemeth, like dude, I don't like the thing is like with me, like with us at least, like I don't want to like ask about like AEW, like I don't want to do that, like we, and you would know better than all of us, like people tell you, hey, can you ask this, can you ask this, can you not ask? Like we just apply to those, and I don't, I like to do it that way, because my goal is this with talking to wrestlers on here, and Kev, I think you would agree. I want them to come back.
Absolutely.
I want them to be like, yo, I would do your show again. And when they see me in person, they recognize me. Oh yeah. Like I've been happy enough to where we've experienced that when we went to Slammiversary. Like,
oh yeah, man. Those are special. Those are special days, man. I could tell you that before, like Jacob Fatu went over to WWE. Like when he saw me, it was like family and shit. We hugged and whatnot. I made sure that he was okay, because at that time he looked kind of like jet lagged or whatever. So it's fun. Going to these places, getting the access, and people just lighting up when they see you and whatnot. And then when you're asking, hey, can I help? Yeah, it is. When you if you can help out during the merch lines, like that's my favorite thing. Whenever I go to like MLW, even though I'm there as press, or I may get upgraded that day, who knows? But I'm never sitting down. I'm never like, oh my God, let me just sit here because I got access. No, I'm like, hey man, do you want me to help you out with merch? Do you want me to help you out with this? Do you want me to get that? Do you want me to do this? I'm always asking, like, how can I help the wrestlers? How can I help everybody with the show to make it as smooth as possible? Like some of my favorite memories are in MLW, to like chat with Matt Riddle and getting his hug, chatting with Kenta and seeing his eyes light up when I was like, bro, I followed your career ever since Ring of Honor when you faced Takeshi Morishima, and he was like, I have a fan because like it's not. I didn't mention any WWE stuff. I was like, bro, like I've watched you since then. Thank you for making me become a fan of Pro Wrestling Noah. And I talked about his WWE days. I talked about New Japan Pro Wrestling, and the only fucking question he ever asked me was, hey, do you know that I'm champion of Pro Wrestling Noah? And I was like, yes, but I'm poor and I can't get the subscription to watch you, but I will watch you and tell my community. Like, like, bro, he was so kind, and he was just like had the smile on his face. I need to like meet Kojima again because he followed me on X, and I'll be like, thank you, Mr. Breadman, and like have some fun with him. But yeah, I just love those interactions with everybody there. And that's what people don't understand. People get a little too comfortable in the wrestling community when they become influencers and they get all the acknowledgement. But yet then they're yelling at their community because they're like, hey, you can't have that opinion and whatnot. So it's like, are you grateful or not grateful?
I agree with you. That's why when we do that with the wrestlers, I don't like to talk about who they're sleeping with, who they're dating, who they're.
Oh, yeah.
That's none of my business. All I care about who you're wrestling, what program you have, and when is your, to a degree, even to that, when is your contract up if you're leaving the company, if you're leaving or thinking of something different. That's what really I care about.
Yeah. See, me as a girl, I never cared about relationships like that. I'm just like, oh my God, that's none of your business. That's none of your business. Like, why the fuck? Like, why are you asking that? You know, I get it. An audience they have an audience for that, but that's still invasion of privacy, man. Like, if yeah, and you know, being a content creator, if you're not going to talk about, you know, your love life or like, you know, your sex life, don't go be asking wrestlers about like all this shit. Now,
or reporting it, even if taking the liberties and reporting it, that's not none of your business. That's not for you to divulge.
It's not. It's for the person to they want to. You know, it's again invasive of privacy. But yeah, you know, like that shouldn't be happening. But then again, nobody really calls it out. And then if you call it out, you're public enemy number one. And in my head, I'm like, well, you know, you shouldn't be doing that. Like, you should be respecting the spaces. Oh, also another thing too is when people talk about the medical history and like when someone is injured or they went to the hospital, you know, they all of a sudden have all this insider knowledge of like what happened. And I'm like, you know, HIPAA says you cannot divulge that. Like, the person needs to talk about it, not you, because you're nobody. You know, like, there's a bunch of shit that I would like the wrestling community to change, but no one is going to change. And the viewers who end up supporting the other people, you know, it may sound bitter, but to put into perspective, those people are not giving you value, guys. Like, the three of us here, we thrive on like, hello, we're giving you value, man. Like, we could tell you what's going on and whatnot. Like, these two have really good breakdowns of like, hey, Jay Cargill is doing this, but I think that she should be a little bit better. Or I think that maybe the storyline should go on path B of like facing Chelsea or Jordan Grace, or it should be a triple threat. You know, they give you guys stuff to work with so that way you could be like, that seems to be a very good idea, rather than like, hey guys, you want to talk about Uncle Dave? You want to talk about how he's wrong 9 times out of 10, but I have no sources, so I can't tell you if it's true or not. But the internet, Twitter tells me that he's wrong. You know, oh, let's go read some tweets by like BJ Betho. Sorry for invoking his name, but like, oh my God, let's go read tweets by agents. Oh my God. You see these tweets? These tweets mean that Dave Metzler is wrong, but I'm not going to go any further because I have no sources to basically confirm that he's wrong. I'm sorry. I also get a little annoyed on that side too.
No,
it's like, stop
we do
making
too.
money.
Because because the only thing we might like now, like the only thing like we talk about, like the only thing we might bring up is like, yo, did you see like Meltzer reported? Like, what do you think could be like whatever? Like, there are people that just think they know, like, they know, like that's the difference. Like, they know, they don't know shit.
There's a lot of copy and paste.
And then when they don't know, and then when something, we knew that, we just didn't tell. Well, we fought. Our sources learned that later. cool.
Yeah. One of these days, people got to stop making money off of Metzer's name and start being original and start actually doing something, because content creation is not easy, and people think it's easy to like turn on the camera, set everything up, and do what you got to do. It's not really easy. Sometimes you got to plan, sometimes you got to make stuff, sometimes you got to like make sure everything is in check. Like there's a whole fucking thing to do.
Consistency.
Yeah. Oh yeah, consistency. Yeah, that's definitely that
number
too.
one.
Give me 1 second.
Consistency is number one.
No, I agree.
Oh.
He'll be right back. It's just a consistency.
Yeah.
Like that's a big thing too. But no, I agree. Like content creation is not easy. Like I've been doing it for years. Like even before this. Like I joined Kev, but like it's not hard. Like people like just think you turn on the camera and you go crazy, but it's like nah, it's not like that.
Yeah.
And when you get to places like like you have like how we're starting to, like it's cool. It's cool to see.
It is cool to see. It's also counting your blessings and just doing what you got to do, and then you learn along the way that people will throw you under the bus. And I have those podcast episodes up because like I really don't let nobody get away with disrespecting me when I've never disrespected them.
Right.
That's how I roll. And I am loyal to a fault, but if I don't disrespect you at all and I like support you and I help you out to the best of my ability, but you want to throw me under the bus, oh fuck out of here. Like it's you don't want to cross that. And that's what again, not to be divisive with that, but that's just how like we roll about like not letting people disrespect you for like no fucking reason at all.
I agree.
All right, so Marie, we're gonna wrap up here,
Yes.
but again, let us know where everyone can find you. We'll love you to return on. Don't make this a one and done. We want to definitely love having the debate and the conversation. Because the last time you came on was about a year and a half. So,
yeah, dude, it really was, man.
Don't be a stranger.
All right.
Please tell us where we could find you. I have it there, but let it come.
Yeah. So listen, again, sorry that my camera is not on. My better half is sleeping in the living room, and I just hopped on Rumble to chat with these guys. But yes, I am Marie Shadows, the person that you probably love to hate, and the one that has the best wrestling content, because you guys know I do, because you guys fucking yell at me. How dare you? Anyway, it's all cool. So I have the Square Circle podcast that talks all about wrestling, the wrestling industry, along with tape study series where basically it breaks down professional wrestling matches. Today I dropped my reaction to Cody Rhodes and Jacob Fatu's promo before Saturday night's main event. So I break it down and I have my ideas and I help out wrestlers to try to think about like ways to be authentic in your promos and stuff like that, because I'm here to help out wrestlers. And by the way, if any wrestler out there wants like a second opinion on their matches and or promos, I did one recently for the Big Bad Kaiju. And I sent him like a 17-minute video with handwritten notes of like, hey, this is what I thought of your match. And he loved it. So if you want that, head over to patreon.com/Marie Shadows. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I have Discord notes. Discord notes have nothing to do with wrestling, but I call it societal issues because I'm not really a political commentator. I just want to give you my perspective about my worldview and like my experiences and stories that can help you think about the current situation that we're like living in and current events, that it's not all bad. Everything is about perspective in this world. And when you have a different perspective and when you have an open mind, you'll see things a lot more clearer and you won't be, brainwashed as much. So Discord notes is over at Patreon. Tape study series is exclusively on Patreon. Rumble, Marie Shadows on Rumble. Also on YouTube, even though I'm giving you guys the code shoulder right now because YouTube, fix your shit. Okay. And by the way, if any of the community for the Sports Jedi gets upset that we were talking about this and you don't agree with what they're saying or what I'm saying, you know what? I'll take the heat. I'll take the heat. I don't give a shit because I don't know. I'll just take the heat off of the guys only because I know that Chris, didn't feel as comfortable. So I came in as tag team support.
No,
I'll do it. Okay.
It's not that I didn't feel comfortable. It's just
We're asking you to come back because we love it.
No. It's not that.
Okay.
It's not that I'm maybe not comfortable. It's just I might not be super educated.
Okay.
To where I don't want to come off as
ignorant.
Okay. Well,
right. So
okay.
that's
Me too. Me too. Yeah.
That's kind of
Got
why
it.
I figured you were the perfect person. So I really appreciate you, doing this.
All right, cool. But just know that I said that just out of respect because I was just trying to like help and it just felt like uncomfortable. So I just said that out of respect for you guys. I'll take the heat.
Respect goes a long way, and a lot of people need to apply that.
I agree, man.
Yes, it does. But yeah, that's just me, Marie Shadows in a nutshell. Find me on Twitter. I'll be talking my shit. Again, if you guys want to like constructive criticism, give me feedback on whatever I tweet out, you could try, but please don't be emotional. Do not be emotional with me. You got to be logical with me. But this was fun. Yeah. I also needed this too. I also needed this.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah, we love that. That's what I love, the spirit of the debate. Too, you could agree to disagree. If you're adult enough and do that, you're going to get farther. You're going to resolve more issues than have animosity and dislike and hate and getting your feelings. No, it's just a conversation, a debate to see if you could find a solution or find a different point of view to change your aspect. Now, everybody's point of view is never 100%. There's not a perfect person walking around with the proper debate or the proper thoughts, and that's why the conversations needs to be had.
Also, if you guys ever want me for like New Japan stuff, I could throw in some New Japan stuff because obviously making the connection with AEW and New Japan, like obviously no one else has thought of that. And I did a whole video talking about New Japan and all the shit that they're doing, and they lost like 16 guys already. That's like leaving the company for reasons, like all kinds of reasons, and I'm like, oh my god. And I also
I'm curious about New Japan a little bit more.
Yeah. No, we just we don't have a correspondent that wants to do it. We got a guy that says he likes New Japan, but he doesn't come through.
I know what you're talking about.
I mean, I would come on just to do like a little segment with you guys if you have questions about what's happening. I just covered the freaking Suji calling out Bushiroad, the parent company to New Japan Pro Wrestling, and talking about the whole drama between him and Goto. And I got into the drama because I was like, no, Goto, no, we're not doing this. you're not gatekeeping this one. And then so I went over that whole entire drama.
No, even if here, I'm gonna say this on the air live. Even if you want to do us a video like 20, 5-10 minutes of the New Japan report, we'll air it here on our weekly wrestling.
Yes. Oh yeah, just send it.
If you can do it live. If you want to do it live, of course, why not? Live is always great. But if you like, I can't do it this week, I gotta do something so and so. I record it here, I'll send you the email, and you send me the email, I'll air it. Bagade, the New Japan report with Marie Shadows from Marie Shadows, and that's a great collaboration.
For like a break segment, we put that on there. You go crazy. We'll air it on this show every Saturday at 1. Yep.
I will love that.
Okay. I would think about it. One of you guys got to be in my DMs to be like, hey, maybe, because just keep in mind, I am basically a lone wolf that I do shit on my own. And sometimes I have to break out of that. And I keep telling myself I have to break out of that. So one of you guys just go into my DMs.
I will. We'll keep in touch.
I want to make, this is the problem I'm having. I'm going to say this live in the air.
Okay.
I want to grow a team it's a network. Collaborations, but everyone and I want everyone to join and collaborate where you want to cover New Japan and Noah. I love that. I can't do it. I'm tied up. I have too much things.
So I get that, and I've been a part of other networks, and some networks have fallen apart. If you ever want to, we'll figure something out because I got to get over my whole fucking lone wolf shit.
I understand. I went on a rant yesterday or the day before about being burned. I used to do all sports.
Yeah.
I got poached subscribers, and other from the baseball part of my channel and the basketball.
Yeah.
I know what you're coming from. You feel that wall up.
Well, it's only because I'm born and raised in New York City, so I have to have a fucking wall up in
we all
my
have to.
feelings.
We have to.
However, have you talked to Dos Evo yet?
No.
Okay, because I tried.
He wants the
I
TNA.
tried
He's the
to
guy. That's the
introduce-
gentleman that wanted the TNA. He never took it any further. I appreciate that you mentioned it and ready to go. Never got a contact. Never took it further. So I can't force myself on someone that doesn't want
No.
that. I appreciate it.
No,
I love that. I told that to Chris. I was like, look, we got a good endorsement.
Okay. Because I was wondering if that went anywhere, but him and Wrestling Soup are doing a network as well, and they're also trying to find people similar as to what you're doing as well. So I was just like, have you guys talking yet? But okay, I'll
never reached out. Never did the conversation part.
All right, because Dos Evo and I do MLW together, so we co-host with that, and I really do appreciate Dos Evo, so that's why I was like, hey, have you talking to these guys? All right, I'll talk to Dos.
You never mentioned it, but other than that, we definitely want. Hopefully, we could continue. We would love to have the New Japan segment on our program. We would love that. We just don't have anyone. We had a guy who says he watches Yoshi Pro, Stardom, yada yada. And we haven't got anything. So
whenever you're ready, whatever.
Whenever you're ready, when you're ready, listen.
When you're ready,
we know how it is in the Bronx. They touch us. Don't trust no one. DTA. No. I get it. No, seriously. You're talking from a guy who was born and raised in the Bronx. I got you.
Yeah, but you guys are different. So yeah, you guys are different.
No, but we're willing to make this grow. It's in building all every day. Let's grow it. Let's do this. I'm ready. I'm ready to listen to New Japan Pro Wrestling. Maybe it'll get me invested to want to watch more. My son has the app. The other day when I went to work at 3 a.m, he had it on. He was asleep with it, but he had New Japan on. I'm like, oh, look at this. He was watching New Japan.
Yeah, I usually watch it like the next day if I can. Yeah, I have to get my subscription back. I don't have it, but I have to get it back somehow. New Japan Cup is coming up too.
So look at that. So we got a lot to talk about. Hopefully this is the start of stuff. I know we got to go because Chris got Valentine's things to do. My dog is acting like a maniac.
No, dude, this is red. It's Saturday. You know what that means. This is what Saturdays are for. So love it.
Yes, we appreciate that.
Definitely. So we're good.
All right, so this is Marie Shadows. Please follow or put in that video description. We're going to be pushing more and more. Hopefully, with God willing, we have a New Japan correspondent on the program or Japanese pro wrestling and throw a little sprinkle of MLW if she feels comfortable. I know that's her thing, but still, a mention. But look, I feel bad I didn't have money to go to the Cup to go in Kissimmee. This is like literally, I drive by there every morning to go to and from work. And I'm like, damn, I could have seen my boy Carrion Cross, who follows me on X. So thank you, Carrion.
Yeah.
The guy Ricardo was down there too.
Yeah. Tickets are like $15, $10, dude. Like you don't have to worry about breaking the bank.
I didn't even pursue a look.
Wow.
I didn't.
By the way, I should DM you some other info about MLW so that way
Yeah.
I want to get into it so bad. Ask
because
Kevin.
I do have my media credentials.
Okay, so yeah, I'll DM you. I got you guys.
And I'm somewhat, I kind of sort of, because I go to the Three Legacy show from Ricardo, and I've interacted with him a lot on DMs and all that stuff. So I'm trying to talk to Ricardo officially. So
you're talking about Jesus, right?
Yeah,
Jesus. We're trying to get him on to the interview.
I've been trying. I'm literally right down the road. I've been trying.
I mean, just have a camera and just be like, "Hey."
That's so weird. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, show up to Three Legacies with the fucking camera. Just
be like, "Hey, what'd you have for breakfast today?"
Yeah, some TMZ shit, right?
Hey, what do you want? What would you like to eat at the Pancake House?
The Waffle House. Oh Jesus.
Waffle House, man. What's your Waffle House order? I can make all that shit for you guys, by the way, for breakfast. I'm just saying.
I know. But anyways, we gotta run. We want to thank everyone again.
Yeah.
4 hours strong. You guys were great. Thank you so much. We appreciate everyone here. Marie Shadows again. Muchas gracias. Appreciate
You're
you
welcome.
So much.
De nada.
And thank you so much. And guys, man, don't forget, follow Marie Shadows, hit that like, subscribe. We want to thank our sponsors, Dude Wipes and Blackout Coffee. go over to blackoutcoffee.com/Rumba. Use Rumba, save 20% off. Use my promo code Sports Jedi. Also, to G Fuel for Chris, PGH Chris 20, and save on G Fuel as well. So for me to you guys, we'll see you next time. Que Dios me lo bendiga todo. We'll see you next time. Peace.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Represento